Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Wednesday. It is Wednesday, isn't it? Feels like a Friday, which is a bit weird. Are we all doing well? I am absolutely knackered. 6 o'clock summer's been waking up recently. And if I don't manage to fall asleep before midnight, then I'm doomed. Completely doomed. Anyway, let's see what's going on. We cannot play today, unfortunately, but that's alright, because it's in a bit of a funny state anyway while we're waiting for hotfixes and so forth. But yeah, maintenance is happening right now. They have opened up a hotfix channel, which does, again, directly correlate with the live. So whatever you do on the hotfix channel, it should progress on live as well. But they are maintaining it. Anyway, JJ, Percent Deplorable, Jock Cop, Sandman, Rhino, Seeking Star, Planum, Nonsalunua, I don't know what I did there, Kirk, Okami, Villy, or Vile, how we doing? 07, YouTube. And then over on Twitch, we have Deacon and Solomon hanging out first and foremost, then Sandman, then Coffee. Lavassa, Solomon, is quite a common brand in the UK. You see it a lot at cafes. If you'll notice, when you go to cafes, they'll have like logos and things. I actually drink Illy, but is the Maxwell House, is that bean ground, or is it instant? Because I don't know if Lavassa do an instant version. So if you're using instant, you probably won't notice the Lavassa coffee bean version available. But I like Illy. That's the one I tend to go for. Anyway, Corey, Dendra, Ralphan, Rift, Mare, thank you so much for the 14-month resub. Beers and Paddy, please. Ruski, welcome. I haven't had a go on that Easy Hab free flight. It reminds me of games I used to play. I can't think. I think it was like a Dreamcast game where everything was miniature and you were flying around like a child's bedroom as such, in like toy cars and planes. It was quite fun, actually. Mighty Steed, Apoc, Jones, Exodus, Ivenk, or Ivanik, Craigie, Maximus, Space Guy, Les, we're getting there, Academy, almost at the end, Blazing Apples, War Deer, 07, let's just skip this one with the Crucible. You figured you guys, yeah, it's a very, very common coffee around here. Both Illy and Lavassa, they're probably the more common ones to find outside of like Costa or Starbucks. But yeah, I did go through a spell of having Lavassa, but I think I just preferred Illy. Although it could just be that I got used to Illy and didn't want to change. Blake, welcome. I really wish CIG would either fix the Origin 300 series customization since it's been removed. So what they said, firstly, Jones, Ehawk, thank you so much, guys. Much appreciated. The big old subs there. Beers and Paddy, please. When they first did the whole customization for the 300 series, they realized there was a lot more to it that people wanted, that they wanted to do, and it was a much bigger thing to have to do. So they decided to hold off on spreading that out anywhere else, and we'll do it in a much more wholesome manner when the time is right. But it's kind of a good idea to sort of see where it's going with customization, but they want to bring more things. Beardy, thank you for the 45, I almost said month resub. Keep those beers and parties going. Thank you, sir. Deacon gifting Wardy a gift sub. Beers, party, but keep that flowing, guys. Thank you so much, Deacon. What was the issue you're having on GameGlass? From what I understand, so GameGlass have released this new starter pack. I've been using it a bit today, in fact. I tried again. I was so into it as well, doing an off-grid Zero to Hero. And I got on with it. I was enjoying it. I got my YouTube Arid Raffle set up. Went to Astor's, was waiting for the sun to come up. Then I had to wait for Summer to finish having a bath because she was shouting. And then I finally started recording. Took off from Harper's, and I don't know if you remember, Deek, that invisible tree or whatever it was that you flew into last time we were there. I hit the same thing and blew everything up after spending half an hour looting. So I Alt F4'd and was like, you know what? Forget it. It's not quite time. Rolfus, how you doing? Alaskan Strat, welcome. Roach, thank you for the 15-month resub. Beers and party, please. You wrote some of your Golem mining tests. Oh, yes, thank you, Ivenik. I think Deacon's linked that to me, actually. It's very interesting stuff. Thank you, mate. Coffee with a 74-month resub. Talking to coffee as well. Beers and party, thank you so much, my friend. Nutmeg, welcome. So, yeah, what was it that... So that new shard, essentially this new shard that they've put up is an Aegis. It starts off kicking out with Aegis, you know, like the logo and like boot up sequence. And then it goes into, in fact, I can probably show you. Do I still have it open? Or did I close it? I might have closed it. Where are you? Alright, so if you look at this, so this is their new shard, and they're bringing all the different manufacturers as well. This one, Aegis, is free for, you know, for free users, and then I think Drake's next for those who pay. They've also brought back lifetime passes as well, which they did temporarily as part of a promotion, and I think they were just so popular they were like, let's just bring them back, but this time they're back for good. So you pay a one-off payment and you get every access to everything. And with these new shards coming out, they're going to look so cool. Ro, thank you so much for the 54-month resub. Beers and party, please. Okay, thank you, mate. I'll check that out. Macon, welcome. So, basically, if you... Hang on, I can't even see it. Let me hold it there. So this is... Is that what I press? Yeah. Look at that. And this is just Aegis for now, but this is free. And then you have all these different things to switch between. They're all the same, but you can lay them out how you want them. But it's a very, very nicely set up, and it's in the style of Aegis. There will be the Drake one coming eventually. Not sure when that's coming, but yeah. So I think... Oh, that's a bit loud. For now, I don't know when the end date is, but there's 10% off any package you buy. I mean, you don't have to pay for it. You can just get the free pass, and you get access to, I think, 1 or 2 shards that you can use. So if you only need the one, you don't need to buy anything else. You can just get it for free. But you can pay monthly, you can pay yearly, and now you can pay for lifetime pass, and you get 10% off. Plus, using my code, it'll give me a kickback, so it is appreciated. Whatever you go for. But yeah, I'm excited to see the Drake one, definitely. But again, I don't know when that's coming out. It's in the works, but they plan to do all the range, which is pretty cool. 1 Inch Punch, how you doing? Seeking Stars, welcome. I gotta ask if they had fixed the server crashes for 4.1. So what's happening right now? Since it went live, they've been working on hotfixes, and I think they opened up the hotfix channel recently, didn't they, with all the different fixes for various things that they can hotfix. They can't hotfix everything. They're doing what they can with what they've got right now, while they work on, I suppose, a 4.11, which will bring bigger fixes for the things that can't just be hotfixed. That went to the hotfix channel, was it yesterday? And now they're rolling that out. Oh no, they're doing server maintenance today. And I don't know when the hotfix channel is going to come. I think that's today. It's pushing out later today, isn't it? The fixes on the hotfix channel. Let me have a quick read of what those are. Bear with me. Yes, apologies. It's been hectic in real life right now, and this whole week is just an absolute mess of a week. Not for anything bad. It's just a load of real life stuff getting in the way. So, Erif, thank you so much for the cheer, my friend. Beers and party, please! Exclamation cheer. We have tested multiple hotfixes on the live servers with multiple, this was yesterday, updates to help with interaction delays, long loading times. I have noticed getting in is almost immediate now. I don't know if anyone else has found that. Invalid location IDs, hangars leaking, dedicated game server and hybrid crashes, exploits and more, and are planning on maintenance window for today. To accelerate the rollout of these changes. So the reason why they're putting this maintenance window out is so that all these hotfixes can go out quicker, because before, the servers would die quite quick and they'd be able to roll them out to each shard. Now, sorry, to each server. Now they have to actively, essentially, kill the server to get those hotfixes out because they last a lot longer. At the top of the hour, we will be opening up the hotfix channel, which they did. This was again yesterday. That will point to live. Thank you for the hype chest, by the way, guys. There you go. That will point to live. So again, no matter if you're playing on the hotfix channel or live, they all go to the same place, so you can progress on either. This update has fixes for multiple client crashes, as well as an issue with the FPS AI, where attacking the player corpse instead of the living players. So they're working on it, but yeah, right now I'm kind of like, I'm not really playing much, in all honesty. Carbon, how you doing? It's definitely worth checking out, even if you just sign up for free and see if it's any good for you. Yeah, ding dong, welcome. It is such a nice app to use, and it just looks cool with these manufacturer stuff now. Cody, how you doing? Happy 51st birthday, my friend. Congratulations on achieving level 51. I'm a bit far off that at the moment. It'll probably fly by now that I've got summer, though. Binks, 07. But yeah, I've been, on occasion, I've jumped in to try and play, and then something's happened. Be that interaction delay, you know, like the B-Win issue. There's been so many things that I've just been like, I just need a break. So I've just stopped playing. Because it happened a couple of times when 4.1 first launched. On an evening, instead of doing something else, like productive or just chilling out, I wanted to play Star Citizen, so I was like, I'll jump on. And only had like an hour, and it was just a nightmare trying to get anything to work. So I'm happy to just sort of chill out and wait for these hotfixes to roll out, to be fair. Yeah, Deacon's created his own a shard for us all to use, which also has, let me show you that one, hang on. It also has access to things like Cornerstone, Urkel. I mean, this is a beast of a shard. You heard Jared in New Babbage again at the tram station. What's he doing there? He gets about a bit, doesn't he? Sketto07, Bald, welcome. First time catching. Thank you so much for all the years of watching my content, mate. That is much appreciated. So this is the one that Deacon has put together, where you have all of the your different MFDs that you can move towards, like literally quick access stuff. All your engines and systems there. We're still waiting for a bit more functionality to be exposed so that we can do more. But if you come up here, look, you got Urkel. Go straight through to Urkel. Just once it loads, of course. I don't think I've logged in. There we go. And then you can go to Cornerstone. There you go. You got trade tools. Does that one work? Oh yeah, there you go. And then back to the MFD controls. So, I mean, what a pretty fancy shard that is. And, you know, Deacon's given us all the codes so you can go and access that one. And essentially, if you're, like, I use a separate tablet a lot of the time for checking things on Urkel, for checking things on Cornerstone, but having it all there is so cool. If you have any pull with CIG camping gear, if I have any pull, CIG camping gear would be awesome. We spoke about, were you there when we were speaking about this the other day? Oh, that's funny. I don't have any pull, to be honest. There's no pull from me. It was quite funny when all the AI would be firing at your corpse and you go in and just pop them in the back of the head. Didn't they... Wasn't there like a fix recently for that kind of thing? Erif, thank you so much for the subscription, mate. Much appreciated. No, I haven't checked out the orbital... Beers and patty, please. The orbital station. There's so much in 4.1 that I've not checked out, and part of me doesn't want to spoil it by going in where there's too many bugs and issues. I also want those locations to just quieten down a little bit before I go in, because right now they're probably just PvP nightmares, where the minute you get there, you're blown up. So what I was hoping to do with my Zero to Hero as well, or my off-grid, which is why I was so excited to start the series, is I'm back in Stanton again, and I was going to spend a bit of time. I've got my Pulse, got my Intrepid. I was going to drive my Pulse, like land my Intrepid out of range of radars at a Hathor location on Daymar, and then drive in and just watch and wait for an opportunity to go in and see if I can loot anything. Because if there's lots of battles going on, FPS, ship, lots of cargo hauling and moving, there's probably going to be quite a lot of stuff to loot, including those minables. And there's going to be times when it's quiet and people aren't there. But there's a risk that someone might show up. And I thought that would be so cool, being able to go in, just sort of stealth my way in, loot what I can, and then if anyone comes, try and get out of there again. Yo, Red One, how you doing? No, this is the Javelin. Yeah, you stand on board a Javelin, which is kind of cool. You've been begging CIG for camp. I think, no, oh, do you mean real-life camping gear, Cody? Or do you mean in-game stuff? They do plan to bring camping stuff, in-game camping stuff. That is definitely something they're wanting to do. I don't know when, though. That's the trouble. Obviously, there's a lot of priorities to go first. No, I don't have a Javelin. No. They're way too expensive for me. I'd need to sell both my kidneys. I need to sell all three of my kidneys. Thomas, how you doing? You've been 3 times to Hathor and Aberdeen, but there were no NPCs. Has someone just gone through and... They should be, like, spawning in quite often, though. Through referrals. Oh, no, I've not got that many referrals. Blimey, that's like 2,000. I'm only up to 600 and something. I got to 600, and then realised the next goal, which I think is a 1,000,000 high club, is just a long, long way off. And so instead I started using my Patreon's referral codes as part of a thank you kind of thing. So I very rarely use my own code anymore. Although with this new referral ladder, I might have to start using it a little bit more. Hopefully there'll be a lot of other things to grab there. Bath, how you doing? You had to do a character reset already. Only been a few days and your home hangar is balked. Yeah, I'm at that point now where I'm just going to wait until things have had time to cook, and then I'll jump back in properly, because it's just frustrating when I get to the point of being excited and playing on the evening, and then it just feels like I've wasted an hour because nothing's worked. I then want to take a break, which is just how I handle things. That's what you did last night with your crew. Got the satellite laser and no one was there. So packed my backpack full of vault weapons, yeah, and then bugged out, exactly. Quite fun though, isn't it? Especially as you can sell those to other people. Oh, there's an issue with the AI in the 890 jump mission, yeah. You and your mates, Polly, have been using the Hathor kerfuffle to do... Oh, contested zones. Yeah, at the end of the day, whenever we get anything new for the first time, firstly, it's probably not going to work too well, or it'll be unoptimized. But more importantly, it's going to be busy. People are going to be going there more than anything, because it's the new shiny. It's what everybody wants to see to start off with. If you're legitimately trying to do the mission, the Hathor stuff, you'll be better off. I mean, obviously you can do what you like, but you'll be better off waiting until it's calmed down a bit and people have gotten bored of it, or something new has come out. And the good thing is, though, these things are going to be here, like contested zones and Hathor, all these locations, they're going to be here for the foreseeable. So, 10 years down the line, you might go back to Hathor and it'll be derelict. Thank you, Erith. Much appreciated, mate. Oh, so they fixed the original reason NPC shot at corpses. This is the new tier 0s. Okay. Nice. Don't be so modest about your pull in CIG. I bet if you turn around and say to them about your camping YouTube channel, and a millions upon millions of subs, eh? They'll make camping... No, not a chance. Not a chance. As much as, yes, some... You know, I'm sure as content creators we have a lot of... Not necessarily more sway, but more exposure to request things. Firstly, I wouldn't... Like, there's priorities, and firstly, I wouldn't want to divert their attention from priority builds and things to, can I have a camping chair? They'll get there in the end, and it'll be glorious. Good morning, Eric. How you doing? Welcome. You have a javelin and an Idris. Your dream is like pack your javelin with maybe a construction module close to my base and work between my base and my javelin when there is a big rain outside. Yeah, there's a lot of things I'm looking for. Not necessarily on that scale. With the org, definitely, but for me, what I look forward to doing is having a smallish homestead, just a small one, like on a mountainside or somewhere, with a lot of like resource things just dotted around the area. Maybe even, you know, a drive away. Like there was one concept image where you had this house and then these mining extractors sort of dotted up the mountainside, and I can just imagine there being a storm and those getting damaged, and you have to go out in the storm and get into your little UTV drive there and fix them up. Oh, I can't wait for that. What's that on 4.1 Burger? Thing is, for the most part, things are running really good, but then there's just something that stops it or resets it, and it's just like, it's only just like one small thing, especially the B-Win issue before. That was a nightmare trying to get anything done. I don't know about Miles Eckhart. He may have been deactivated for the time being. As a character, I'm sure he'll come back. But I wouldn't be surprised if they do bring back and convert his missions to the new mesh setup. I would be quite surprised if they deactivated it completely. But yeah, I think all missions, not every single mission, but a lot of the missions that we used to have are being converted, you know, per patch. But there will be some that are gone. But I can't imagine the main mission givers would be gone for good. Maybe their missions if they weren't up to snuff, but as characters, they'll be around again. Jason, how you doing? Yeah, it's there's from what I understand, there was a lot of either bugs or my own incompetence. The scanning definitely didn't work. Scanning didn't work. I didn't know what the keybind was for toggling, which is Alt and 4, not F4, Alt 4 to toggle between ground and FPS mining. But yeah, the scanning wasn't working. So, and then obviously someone was saying the mineable, they weren't minables. It's like they were. I'm not that stupid. They were definitely minables, but they weren't working. So it's a really good combination, especially for starting out. But the problem is, right now you can't buy the Geo in-game. So it's not something to acquire in-game at the moment, but in the future when it is attainable in-game for credits, if you've got something like a cutter, you could set your sights on that and just do a couple of hauling missions, get yourself a Geo, and then go out off your own back and do some mining. Then take that stuff to Wikello or wherever. Phil H, how you doing? It's a monumentous day. I've built my desk and set my PC up on it for the first time in a year, following a massive house fire. Oh, mate, that is scary, but happy to hear that you're back on it, my friend. I hope it goes super well for you, mate. Talking of PCs, there's I've sent out feelers to a few PC building companies in the UK, and so far Forged Rigs, they got back to me. Has anyone had any experience with Forged Rigs? They've got back to me and said that they're interested, so they can offer a discount and help in building. So I'll just wait and see who else gets in contact, and then negotiate, you know, what kind of discount are we talking about? Can we get discounts for you guys, like, you know, a partnership discount, so that if you buy anything from there, you can get a discount as well. And then look to put together a plan for what the PC is going to consist of. But it's nice to see someone actually getting back, because Chill Blast said they're not interested. I don't think I've heard back from anyone else yet, though. We'll see. Nuke, how you doing? Welcome. They did say that our new hangars were way too dirty and way too much rubbish around it. But no, that's true. Yeah, there's been certain circumstances where I have said something and then it's changed. But at the same time, I mean, I definitely, there's a few people at the company. In fact, when I was at CitizenCon, someone from CIG came up and said, you know, we watch your videos. Thank you for what you do. So I know, and there's a lot of other people that I know who work at CIG who watch. So there's definitely an influence there. But there's also everyone else influencing as well. But it's, yeah. I'm quite content for them just to get on, build the game the way that Chris wants it, and then we'll help along the way. I don't want to change anything too much. 90s, how you doing? Yeah, with cup holders. Trader Gator, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 38-month resub. I also, just talking of camping, just picked up a Nemo Philo pillow. Because I've been using like a Trekology one that just is so noisy and uncomfortable. So this one I'm excited to try. And I've got a camp planned on Saturday the 12th. So Saturday the 12th until the 13th, I'll be heading up to, I'm going to call it Maxwood, even though I don't own it, and camp up there. And I'm looking forward to it. Jack Space Games, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Exclamation DEF. Space Guy, how you doing? Yes, See, I've got a. Oh, I haven't tried hitting up Scan. No, Scan and is it Overclockers or something? I may have sent them an email a while back, but yeah, there's a few I've still got to contact. Colo, how you doing? Welcome. FPS scanning is in-game in a weird way. Place with the Antium helmet on your hip and press tab. Oh, really? I guess, yeah, I think what's happened there is they've brought a like a part of the FPS, like it's slipped in the build. Obviously, FPS scanning is intended in a proper way, and I suspect that with this helmet, accidentally a bit of it's been slipped in, and it shouldn't be there because it's not ready to release. But I wonder if they'll take that out or if they're actually on the cusp of releasing FPS scanning. I feel like they might be, though. Try to get it. Not try to get it. Citizens of the Verse, thank you for the invite, my friend. How you doing today? It is going good, Jack. How was your stream, sir? Any good? Did you were you playing Star Citizen? You've been building bug out bags. Oh, have you? And you've got a great 1.7 litre gravity-fed water filter. Ooh, very nice. I do have a life straw. I've never had to use it though. Although when I hiked around the Isle of Skye top peninsula, I wish I had it then because we were not prepared for the water lack. we weren't in any danger because there's plenty of shops, but it was a bit like, oh boy, we're going to be thirsty tonight. Tamborello, thank you so much for the tier 2 42-month resub. Beers and party, please. Thank you so much. Yeah, they're doing some maintenance, aren't they? Typical. So you were literally playing it and it dropped out. Art Navy. No, hang on. I need to get this. United Empire of Earth Navy. The contested areas are joke people can just rage quit when they got the... Oh, really? And they can just get out of there? Or is that because it's attached to their person or something? Yeah, that's not good. That'll need to be tweaked. Massive defective lithium packs from an electrical skateboard decided to ignite itself in the night. Oh my lord. That's the thing with a lot of these like internal battery devices. They worry me so much, especially now with summer being here as well. Not that I would want to die in a house fire anyway, but yeah, it's scary stuff. Citizens of the First, thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. Beers and party, please. You know what to do. But yeah, scary stuff with these batteries and all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, if you're trying to cook with it, of course, a life straw is going to take forever. Jack Space Games, thank you for the 5 subscriptions there, my friend. 5 gift subs. Beers Party, Party Bus, you know what to do. Have an 07 as well. Thank you so much, my friend. It's very kind of you. And if you have received a gift sub, do drop an exclamation 07. You asked this earlier. What happened to the awesome Mac music? Oh, that's coming back. That's coming back. Solin has created some more that I haven't yet downloaded and put into the folder that I would use to start the music. As soon as there's so much I need to, like little things I need to do for the stream just to kind of get up to snuff. But yeah, this week has been a nightmare, and I don't know when it's going to settle down, to be fair, but I'm getting there. But I'll bring that back because it is a cool starting music. Thank you, Jack Space. Much appreciated, mate. Flew your first rescue mission for the Org yesterday. Deacon was stuck at Lawville, unable to pull up a ship. Thank you, Raz. That's the way to do it. Jared Screws, how you doing? You've just started and never watched your stream, but hoping to learn. If you've got any questions, mate, ask away. If I can't answer it, someone else will be able to. So whatever you got questions about, ask away, mate. Last year's build was a monster, was it, Skedo? Nice. 8 up, welcome. I'm late to the show, but the servers are down. You're not late, don't worry. We've only been going 40 minutes. Yeah, they're doing some server maintenance right now. I don't know, does it say how long it'll last? I'm assuming it doesn't. Usolin, a man of many names and talents, yeah. Jasper, welcome. Running at like 30 to 50 FPS, but worth it. Oh, what? Did I miss a comment there? It was nice playing today before I crashed into an invisible tree, because I was at Harper's and it was smooth everywhere. Smooth sailing with frame rates. I can, Jared. Sorry, mate. I'm trying to catch up. What, today? I won't be playing today, but there may be people in my org and my Discord jumping in. But by all means, join in when you know, next week. There's no stream tomorrow. There's no stream on Friday. So tomorrow I was hoping to stream, because on Friday we're taking Summer to a toddler gym where she's going to go and she's going to do all like little things as a class. And so I was hoping to stream tomorrow, but Rachel needs to get a haircut. So what I'm going to do is just take it as a work day to do videos, and then hopefully get back to normal next week with streams. Oh, it's just when something gets mixed up, it really just plays on my mind trying to get stuff sorted. Two Stoned, welcome. Solin, welcome. And I'm absolutely knackered. The stove, Erif, it's made by Pomoli. And it's the Orokan Mini. So Orokan, they do an Orokan, which is a general brand, like model of their stoves. And then I've got the mini one, but I don't know if it's available right now. Jasper, thank you so much for the €6 super chat. Much appreciated, my friend. Let's get some more beers and... Let's get... No, wrong channel. Hang on. Beers and party out there for you, my friend. Thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear my nose whistling there. I was excited to log in and try out the new GameGlass. Yeah, have you not given it a go yet? I was playing with it today, and it is such an... That boot-up sequence is so nice, and then being able to flick between the different panels is really handy. It'll be nice when we get a little bit more options to create our own, because then we can really hone it to our own thing. But also, I can't wait to see Drake's. The little snippet teaser of... I don't know if you guys have seen it. I'll try and find it in a bit, but he did like a teaser of what Drake is going to look like for the Shard. And then, of course, they're going to do everything else. So whatever you prefer, you can go with. Also, TOBII is... I think tomorrow is the last day to get it at 15%. But if you missed it, there'll be another sale. So don't worry about it. And with this sale, I think this 15% off is for Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is why there's so many sales. They're not always Star Citizen sales. Sometimes it's for Star Citizen releases, sometimes it's for updates to other games that TOBII works with. But the benefit of that is that it's almost always on sale, so you might as well wait for it to happen. Johnny, how you doing? Booger, welcome, guys. Are we well? Quantum Kit. Oh, 7. The live service will undergo maintenance starting today at 1, which is 2 here, isn't it, I believe? To apply... Oh, no, maybe not. Is it 2 here? Yeah. Yeah, because we're an hour ahead now of UTC. To apply infrastructure updates, 3 hours. So typical. It's so... Usually, it was... Well, not usually, but last time it was on a Monday at stream time. Today it's on a Wednesday. Didn't stream Monday. Now it's on a Wednesday. So typical. We'll make up for it on next week, guys. We'll jump in next week and do a lot of whatever we get up to. Wraith, how you doing? Welcome. Just found the stream. I just bought Star Citizen today, although I did log out in a ship flying above Area 18. I mean, technically you might be all right. When you say you logged out flying a ship, were you? I assume you were stationary and you logged out in the bed and you weren't falling to the planet. You should be fine to log straight back in again. Not now, because obviously there's maintenance. Typically you bought it on the day when there's 3-hour maintenance window. But welcome to the verse, my friend, and thank you for the super there. If you, like I say, if you've got any questions, ask away about the game, about the project. This is Squadron 42, which is a single player. It's being made by the people who make Star Citizen, set in the same universe. A few years before the PU, the persistent, you know, what we're playing now. And it's essentially just the introductory mission, or introductory hour and a bit of this campaign, which is set to release next year. But it's a very narratively driven, you know, kind of on-rails storyline. Definitely worth playing, but I get a lot of people aren't bothered about single-player games. You get motion sickness. I can't say if you'll have an issue with TOBII, because I don't suffer from motion sickness, so I wouldn't say if I have that. Does anybody here use TOBII who suffers from motion sickness? And if so, how do you find it? I've not had any issues with it, and you can turn, you know, you can have a keybind where you just turn it off or on. You can recenter it. You can turn it off or on when you use when you're sat down in the cockpit, or when you're using FPS. You can toggle it for when you're using a MOBIGlass, for when you're using interaction screens, for aiming down sights. There's a lot of options there, which we should have a link, don't we, to what my settings are. But yeah, if you suffer from motion sickness, I don't know, because thankfully, you know, touch wood, I don't. Jasper, thank you again for another super chat there, my friend. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Yeah, much respect, my friend. Thank you so much. It's the minor starter thing. Oh, the Golem! Oh, nice. How are you finding it? I mean, you've probably not had a long time to play, have you? Oh, yeah. Did you bed log? Or did you just log out while in the cockpit? Because you need to go to the bed to log out at the moment. Oh, actually, if you're in a Golem, then you certainly won't have logged out. No, you'll have to reclaim your ship. Your best bet, if you're playing and you need to leave, you'll need to land at a space station or a planetary city. You can't log out anywhere else at this time. And if you had a bed, you would be able to, but in the Golem, they don't have a bed, do they? So it's, you'd have to... Because if you don't, then when you come back in again, you'll just respawn maybe in a hospital bed or back at your home location, and you'll have to reclaim your ship again, which has a time and a in-game cost to it. Real Exodus, how you doing? Watch Mac or Independence Day movie? Is there a new one? Oh, you mean the first one? Joe, I remember watching that as a kid at a sleepover, and I was the only one that stayed up till God knows what time it was. Everyone else had fallen asleep, and I loved that film. I hope we get to drive along the roads and tunnels eventually. Yeah. I mean, they said they want to expand roads in that sense, and that would be nice, especially at some of these cities. But I guess not every city will accommodate them, but a lot of them will, which would be cool. Yeah, thank you, Sam, man. Now, if only I could get a taste of full-scale VR. Yeah, there's some cool VR stuff coming along the way now. Not necessarily for Star Citizen, but when they are ready for VR, we should have those really cool I mean, don't get me wrong, they're like £1,000, but, you know, eventually as the tech advances, the price should reduce. Do you suffer from motion sickness, Red, and you use TOBII and you don't have any problems? Your brother has motion sickness, but turning off all the boosts and all settings to 1 is a 1-to-1 scale and will eliminate the motion sickness. That's good to know. Thank you, Deacon. So you can, yeah, if you adjust it accordingly, you shouldn't feel too bad. But yeah, I obviously couldn't say myself because I have not used it. You get it, though, do you, my Celeroni? So you get a bit of motion sickness if you're not too careful. Do you get eye strain with the IR light? Oh, okay. I personally don't. Not that I've noticed, anyway. And you suffer from vertigo, Lance, so you had to stop using it. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. So if you do suffer from vertigo, be cautious with it. It might make you feel, what, like... I don't know, what, dizzy is it? Yeah, if you've got a prospector, you're probably better off. Although the size 2 mining laser of the column is a good step up there, but yeah, there's more restrictions, I think. Oh, you ran out of time and panicked. Okay, fair enough. You do get motion sickness, Rhino, when you use it. Okay, so yeah, it looks like... I mean, I guess it's a case-by-case thing. Try doing what Deacon said by turning off all the boosts, setting everything to 1, and see if that works. But it's a lot of money to pay out if... You know, it might potentially make me feel sick, right? You saw it on July 4th. Nice. No, I don't think they should have put a bed in the golem. You know, these decisions are intentional. And it's not intended to be one of these things that you can just drive around and log out in. But saying that... Yeah, exactly as Seekin says there, bed logging isn't going to be a thing anyway. So essentially you should be able to just log out in the cockpit, I would think. And come back in again. So at the end of the day, having a bed is not going to be too much of a big deal. GN Suck, how you doing? Good afternoon. No, it's maintenance, mate, until for 3 hours. Which I think will probably take it to about an hour left of the stream. Never mind. How you doing? Beers and Paddy, please. Thank you so much for the 16-month resub. Playing catch-up, Derim. How you doing, Rickan? Welcome. Some useless info. You can fit 4 Golem and a Nurser in a C2 Hercules. That's not useless. That's actually pretty important information. People enjoy that information. If you're logged out in a Golem, he'll spawn at his... Yeah, last location. You should... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'll need to be reclaimed. But we've all been there. We've all done it. Maybe he's having a bad time having the turrets on gyro mode with TOBII. It could be. It could be a lot of things, couldn't it? It's hard to say. But like I say, I think it is an individual, like, case by case, where some people who have motion sickness might not get motion sickness from the TOBII. Other people may. People who might not think they have motion sickness might get motion sickness from using it. It's hard to say, really. I don't know if it's something that, after a while, you just get used to. Because, like I say, I don't suffer from motion sickness. And now, for me, using TOBII, it's just second nature. In fact, when I play other games now, I assume I'm wearing it. Playing Kingdom Come, I'm like looking around like nothing's happening. How come the Vanduul ships get Trek phaser-type weapons so unfair? Yeah, that's because they're the Vanduul. I don't know why. I dig that information since all your big ships are C2 and their variants, and I asked that exact question to my crew and no one could tell me, so thanks. There you go. I told you it's not useless information. Does it fit is a very long-standing question in the community, to the point of it becoming a meme. Thank you, Erif. I will. Oh. Does the Golem fit in a Star Lancer? I wouldn't think so. I don't know, but I wouldn't think so. Hot Soap, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, does it fit? Is a Star Citizen minigame. In fact, there are channels and videos dedicated to the whole thing. Silent Blob, welcome. But yeah, so we won't be playing today, unfortunately. But hopefully, whatever they roll out will fix these issues. I think I've tried a few times now, and the first time it was on my private account, and I was trying to get a Cyclone into my Zeus, and then I was putting a box, since I saw Deacon put his box on the Cyclone as like a perfect little, you know, cargo grid for it. I wanted to do that, but the B-Win, I assume it's the B-Win that creates the delay, the interaction delay. It was just resetting everything. In fact, today, as I was getting rid of all my Zero to Hero account stuff, my off-grid account stuff, I needed to have a drink of juice. So I was down at Astor's, and I'd found a knife on the floor, and I was just having a drink of Crux or Cruise or whatever it's called, and trying to get rid of it, and it just kept coming back to my hand. And then after about literally 10 minutes of trying, I eventually got rid of it and got the knife. And then the knife fell through the floor of the Intrepid. There's also a bug with the Intrepid. Oh man, it was annoying. Where if you sit on the inside, you know, the little couch area, and then get up, I'm sure someone's told me about this, but then get up and leave, as soon as you step out of the ship becomes like non-physical anymore. It's still visibly there, but you cannot touch it. Thankfully, I was able to sort of walk through the ship to the cockpit, you know, clipping through the bottom, and then sit in the seat, and then it became physical again. So do not sit on the internal Intrepid seat. And I purposefully tested that, because I did the whole intro of like, hello, Ari Rath, and went walking outside and then fell through the ship, and it was like one of those moments. Tomac, how are you doing? Welcome, my friend. Are you well? Do they have a fixed maintenance schedule? Yes, it's 3 hours as of 2 o'clock. So I guess 5 my time BST, which is 4 UTC. I think, is that correct? This video reminds you of how bad you are at dogfighting. There'll be time to practice. Right now, there's certainly things to learn in terms of dogfighting, but I don't think it's too much of a deal yet. Oh, does it fit in the Zeus nicely, the Geo? That's good. Does CIG have a site where they have all the videos you use for B-roll? Just their YouTube. Their YouTube channel has them all. Some of them are, is it private, where they're linked only via like a website? Over the years, I've just downloaded them all. So that's where I just have files and files of all the different, you know, from years ago to present day. But their YouTube is where majority of it is. You could imagine, but I don't know for sure. That something like TOBII with triple or very wide monitor, probably best I can think of at the moment. What comes to comfort and practicality? To be fair though, I've had, on the website for TOBII, it does mention, or I don't know if it does anymore, but it did say that it's not really compatible with curved ultra-wide screens. But mine has been flawless for it. I've never had an issue with using TOBII on an ultra-wide screen. So I again, it's one of these things that might be a case-by-case thing, but for me it's been fine. The only problem I've noticed most people having with TOBII is the way that it attaches to the monitor, and if you've got a very thin bezel on the bottom, it might not sit properly because it needs more surface area to attach to, because it's quite a weighty device, and it needs a surface area. You can get a desk mount though. So was it on the last stream where the Medipen, the same problem, and it couldn't connect to the Polaris? Blimey. Dinu Siri, welcome. You got a login error. Yeah, there's server maintenance right now, mate. Till for 3 hours, I'm afraid. Ginger nut biscuits help with motion sickness. Oh, I do love a good ginger nut biscuit. Are people finding it really busy at the Align and Mine missions? Should I wait for a while for it to calm down? I haven't been, because I'm purposefully waiting for it to calm down, but I think it is time of day dependent, where when I jump on in the morning, it's usually very quiet, which is beneficial for my recording time, but that's not a guarantee. Yeah, I think as time zones come round to peak time, that's when it gets very busy. Oh, sorry, Jack. No. The maintenance just sort of happens as and when necessary. But yeah, they may get into a more scheduled maintenance window, but I think it's more just as and when it needs doing. Yeah, Arena Command is a good way to learn dogfighting. As long as you're playing against real players. Start out, though, by playing against NPCs so that you can hone your keybinds, you can just learn the basics of flight maneuvers and whatnot, and then, by all means, take it to the PvP arena. But, yeah, at this time, there's so much coming to change in terms of flight, balancing, tuning, systems, tech, physics. There's a lot that's coming that you could spend a good amount of time practicing, and then a lot of it will be thrown out the window. You've had no issue with 32:9 screen. Fair enough. Yeah, it's for me, it works flawlessly. I've never had an issue with it. I am well now after I fell out of my prospector and had to fly 2 kilometers through space to get back in time with the downtime. It's like, oh God. No, I'm good, thank you, yeah. Victoria, how you doing? Thank you so much, and thank you to Deacon for the gift sub there, kicking it off. You've been around longer, but beers and party, please. Thank you, Victoria. Time for you to get going, is it, Arif? Thank you, my friend. You have a good day, and I'll catch you next time, sir. You're on an 8K 65-inch TV, too big for TOBII, and I have it too low. Fair enough. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some circumstances where it just won't work. But I think on average, the way people play, it'll be fine. 2 stoned? It's a hot zone. Right. Welcome, by the way, mate. Yeah, absolute chaos and amazing. Go if you want the chaos and the calamity, but avoid it otherwise. Now we just got to pray the 2026 is real. Yeah, absolutely. Thing is, looking at this, it looks in a very, very good fleshed out state. It just needs optimizing and bug fixing, which is exactly what they've said. So I hope a year is enough and they can just get through it all, get it fixed, get it working, get it optimized, and get it released next year. At the end of the day, when they said last year that it's 2026, we could be talking 2 years of optimizing there. It doesn't have to release on the first day of 2026. The chances are it'll be either halfway or towards the end rather than early. I could be wrong, but yeah, technically they've got a good sort of 2 years there of bug fixing. Am I crazy, or does it seem like maybe the player's Idris can't be unlocked for player owners this year? No, not for this year. They've said that the Idris will release to the PU when Squadron releases, and then the Javelin will release a little bit after that. But yeah, Idris, pretty much they say day one of Squadron's release. Sabro, how you doing? You was a minute behind on the stream. Are you saying they got an actual grid spot for this on the Cyclone? Yes, on the base Cyclone, it has a 1 SEU cargo container grid lock on the back, and you can, if you hover over it, it'll lock it in place, unless you're suffering from interaction delay. Leith, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, you've got the OLED G9, and it works great. Again, it's 15% off now till tomorrow, but add it to the list of if it's something you want to buy and it's a bit like, oh, I don't feel pressured into buying it because it's on sale now. There will be more sales. If you want it and you're happy to get it now, you've got till tomorrow until it goes back to full price. And I think it's a little bit more expensive in the US now. But if, there will be another sale. And it might be a 20%. Generally, they're 15-20% sales. So if you want to wait, if you're not desperate for an hour, you don't want it now, wait until a 20% sale. There will be another one at some point. Even works on your 65-inch TV. There you go. Just put TOBII where it can see your eyes. That's all. Don't need to clip it to your monitor. No, that's true. You can just mount it, can't you? In whatever way. Simon, how you doing? Welcome. Man, I need plenty of coffee today. You reckon, what, November 2026? I think CitizenCon 2026, or yeah, shortly after. Yeah, hopefully, Sabro. Oh, sorry, no, about the cyclone. Yeah, it's a real handy thing, that. Sorry for all the questions on TOBII. Don't be sorry, Seeking, but I really want one. Does it work well with glasses? From what I understand, yeah, no, people using glasses have said there's no issues. A lot of that might depend on your lighting. I tend to turn everything... I don't wear glasses, but I turn everything off and it uses IR, infrared, so lighting doesn't necessarily matter, but there is a potential for glare, right? If you've got bright light shining at you, especially if you're a streamer or doing, you know, that kind of stuff. It may have an impact, but I don't know. Does anybody here wearing glasses have an issue with TOBII? Have you ever had any form of issue with TOBII using glasses? And bear in mind, you do also have eye tracking and head tracking, and you can go all or you can have a mixture of the two, or you can have all or of one or the other. Thank you so much, Dean. Yeah, the camping one, we've got another video coming, so I've got to do it first, but it's coming. You borrow some armor from the store, but it's not appearing at my home location. Is this a known issue? So you bought some from the website, and you're on live. I would definitely say close down your launcher if you haven't done it already. Close your launcher, you know, completely. Reload, and then check. I mean, you can't right now because of maintenance, unfortunately. But it should be there. You may, I don't know if you have to click on the arrow at the bottom of the inventory to the next page. If you've got like pages of inventory, you might have to click on the arrow to go to the next page. That caught me out a few times where I was like, I'm sure I'm missing some subflare, and there's just an arrow down at the bottom. Ali Cat, how you doing? Al's and all, welcome. As requested, I checked for the cargo container stored at New Babbage and Dreyari Deltana. They are gone. They did not try. Yeah, nothing in my hangar is... Thank you for checking, though. Appreciate that, sir. Definitely worth testing, wasn't it? Scott, how you doing? Welcome. Oh, you in China, are you, Red One? No worries, my friend. You have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Lucas, welcome. You've never had an issue and you wear glasses. Fair enough. Thank you. One punch down. That's a joke of mine. One punch down. What was the line? Oh, that's it. So the joke was, it's kind of spoiled now, but I took my grandma out the other day. One punch. That's all it took. Straight down. Delta, how you doing? I wonder if the lens coating might affect it too. What, on glasses? You use... welcome, by the way, Delta. You use glasses, Quantum, and you've never had an issue. You wear glasses, Space Guy, no issue. Craigie, no issue as well. Sky Sailor, welcome. No issue for you. Rickan as well. So, yeah, it looks like it's fine with glasses. Yeah, that was April Fool's, Deacon, that whole Steam Squadron 42 thing. Anything that comes out on the 1st, just ignore it. Not to say it won't be available on Steam. I can't imagine it would do, but you never know. Yeah, seems unanimous. Daylight Fire, Dirtbag, welcome. How you doing? You as well, Boogie. And your eyesight is as good as Mr. Magoo. Does the missing items show in your hangar? What's that, Sybin? Yeah, it's definitely an April Fool's thing. Yeah, don't worry. It was very well done. Very well done. But, yeah. I mean, that's not... There is a potential that they would release Squadron on Steam. There's a potential they release it to consoles. But I can't imagine they would just drop that at any time soon. Oh, you could claim it on the RSI website, yeah, and then rebuy it as such. You just got TOBII and wear glasses. No real issues so far. It's been excellent and so immersive. It's amazing. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Phil. It is such a difference. It really makes a difference for me. And like I say, even in FPS, I know it's not for everybody because it can be a bit, awkward when you're walking around moving your head, but it's so immersive. It's ridiculous. Oh, it doesn't like your glasses, Rhino. So what, is there something about your glasses? So there you go. I don't know how many said there's no problem, but Rhino is having an issue with his glasses. So bear that in mind. Warren, how you doing? Yeah, hotfix is getting pushed out, mate. It's maintenance at the moment. They said it's going to be 3 hours long, starting an hour ago. If you buy stuff from the store, you need to relaunch the client so it updates the database. Yeah. Just make sure that you've shut your launcher down completely and then launched it again. So it's all about glare and lighting. Okay. Flood, how you doing? The review bombing that would occur. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. People right now, if it was there, they would just go to town on it, wouldn't they? It would melt a console. Well, I don't know about Squadron. Squadron, with it being single player, they could optimize it in a way that is fine. Obviously, the PU, no. So, did the item he purchased show up in his account hanger on Spectrum? That's a question. Question for you there. Did it show up, Alzanor, in your account hanger on Spectrum? Oh, you mean on the website? Yo, Nvidia, how you doing? Who's done it? Why is he here? Sundevil, welcome. Hotfix day indeed. Oh, fair enough. Hey, Park, welcome to YouTube, mate. Your bald friend uses TOBII with no issue, Vash. Why did you need to specify he's bald? What's that got to do with anything? A donut shop? What are you on about? TOBII is a game changer. It doesn't like my evil eye ring with radioactive trinitite in it. I don't think your eye would appreciate that, would it? To be honest, I don't like using TOBII anyway. Oh, okay, it's stuffed in a bag somewhere. Oh, okay, fair enough. Again, it's not like this is the difficulty. It isn't going to be for nothing is for everybody, but I certainly enjoy it, and I think the vast majority of people would. But of course, there are going to be outliers there for whatever reason, right? It was cargo you had bought for trade. Oh, sorry, Owls. Sorry, I thought you were saying, like, armor or something. So, hang on. You checked for... Oh, sorry, no, I was talking to someone else, actually. I think I said your name. But I was talking to Dean. Sorry, Alzanor, I got confused there. So, Dean bought some armor from the store, but it's not appearing at the home location. And that, I assume, is for real money, Dean, yeah? Sorry, I just got dragged you into that conversation and confused the life out of you there. How you doing? You love TOBII, making dogfighting so much fun. Also, scanning around endlessly for Tundracopian. Plus, welcome by the way, sir. Plus, it's great for target acquisition. So, like, you can look at the person you want. I mean, you can do it. It's not just a TOBII thing, this. You can use your webcam, you can use Track IR. But if you can look at the actual person you want to target, rather than having to go through all the enemies and all the friendlies, and you can just look at the person and then hit target, and you'll see them. You look left and right when watching a video because of it's like I want to look. Nope. Stebuclus, welcome. Silly question. I was playing and my chat was off. And my game stopped working. It's hang on, I should read the full thing. I was out of my ship and I just Alt F4'd, tried to relog and got error. No, I think it's just now. It's currently down for server maintenance. I think it's just bad timing that you Alt F4'd, because they're currently doing a 3-hour maintenance window, so no one can access the game. If you'll be able to get your ship back, even if you bought it in game. You'll have to reclaim it, but yeah, it's just a window, a maintenance window right now. What am I? To clear off of his bald head. The PS5 and current Xbox are built like PCs. Yeah, they're actually, I mean, they're quite old now, so I'm sure they wouldn't really be able to handle it, but next generation of consoles will probably be able to handle something like Squadron. Star Citizen is no longer the most expensive game. Has it surpassed 2 billion? Flipping it, that was quick. Has it been in development for 15 years? No, yeah, not that quick then. Yeah, we've hit 800 mil. We've hit, oh, you expect to post today, sorry, yeah. Yeah, we've hit 800 already. I'm just waiting to read Kotaku's informative post. 800 million! Gonji, thank you so much for the 15-month tier 2 resub. Beers and party, please. How are you doing today? Predator Hunting Grounds, yeah. What does everybody do when, what do you play when Star Citizen is maintenance? I play nothing, because I don't want to play anything else. That's a lie. And GTA 6 will be a small country. Star Citizen will be... Oh, I see, yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong, though. I do love the GTA games. I love what Rockstar do with GTA. Red Dead, they do some really good games, but, yeah. It's two different kettles of fish. Is that the right terminology? Probably not. Jedi, yes, Evans, how you doing? Be able to emulate Squadron on your phone one day, yeah. They are Citizen of the Verse, yeah. They're just like, ooh, this is going to get some clicks. Let's do this. Yeah, no worries, Steb. Absolute bad timing there, mate, to Alt F4, because I bet you thought you'd completely effed up your account. But no, it's scheduled maintenance, unfortunately. God of War. I haven't played much recently. I've been sort of shifting between Gran Turismo. They've now got the is it the Renault Kangoo in there? So that that's got me gripped for a while. GT7, Gran Turismo 7, FIFA a little bit, and then Test Drive a little bit. I'm getting a bit bored of it though. Other than that, I haven't played any Kingdom Come of late. I've actually been back in the garden again now that the warmth is coming up. I've just received today a new telescopic hedge trimmer. I've got a normal hedge trimmer, but we've got 2 trees that need chopping and a load of hedges. Like our front garden is just hedges, and I've accidentally balded a spot of it. I was getting a bit carried away. You know when you're like, I'll just do this hedge and then I'll call it a day and I'll do the rest later. I was like, flick it. This is great. Let's do the rest. And I was going to town with it. I want to get it done because last time I want to get it done before it's kind of frowned upon because of birds nesting between technically like March and September. We're not really supposed to be trimming our hedges due to nesting birds, but I don't get a chance to do it otherwise, so I'm trying to get it done quick. And I got this telescopic one where I was in the garage today like that. I didn't have any batteries in it. I was just wafting it around like I was some sort of ninja warrior. So yeah, I've just been getting back out doing gardening, getting the garage sorted, getting my camping gear sorted, trying to get that up on the wall. Oh, we probably will get GTA 6 before Squadron. That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I would suspect so. But how long has GTA 6 been in development for? They are structure. They are, mate. At the end of the day, GTA 6 has billions of money behind it. It has a studio. It has an engine. It has everything that it always needed, and years of past games and development and techniques and so forth, whereas Star Citizen hasn't. And what Star Citizen are doing are above and beyond what GTA needs. So it's a very different thing. And to be fair, the amount of time it's taken to get Star Citizen to where it is now, it's not actually that extreme when you look at everything, when you take everything into consideration. I think people just quickly jump on the whole, oh my god, it's been 15 years, this is ridiculous, because generally games don't take that long. Tiddlewinks, how you doing? I know, yeah, you're not the only one. Everybody thinks that. Welcome, by the way. Sunny, welcome, by the way. So it's been in development for 15 years. Rockstar expect a 3.2 billion revenue this. That would be nice, wouldn't it? What would I buy? Probably another tent, to be fair. Larfot07, welcome. How are you today? I trimmed my hedgerow. Yeah. Although, I do have a manscaper. So there is that. There's a new Mafia game. Oh, I haven't noticed that one. I did enjoy the first two. I don't think I played anything beyond that, though. Oh, no, I tried Mafia 3. But I didn't really get into it much. Silk Song? What's that? I'm guessing it was in production since the mid-PS4 lifecycle. What GTA? I guess it has been. Yo, Taron, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I'm having a good Wednesday. A bit tired. As I say, someone's been waking up at 6 o'clock pretty much every day. Even though the clocks went forward. This is what gets me, and it confused the life out of me and Rage. She'd been waking up at 6 o'clock every morning, and then the clocks went forward, and she woke up at 6 o'clock. Which technically is 7, right? So that makes sense. Oh, I don't know. It's too much for me to get my head around. I remember laughing at Rachel when she was saying it, being like, I can't believe you can't figure this out. And then I was like, actually, I don't think I can figure this out. Oppenheimer, how you doing? Based on the early days of the Mafia, nice. Sequel to Hollow Knight. I don't know what Hollow Knight is. One of the most anticipated platformers. Man, I used to love platformers. 3.2 billion would buy a tent in a small country to camp. Yeah, I would buy a forest and make it a wild camping spot for everybody. But if anyone would abuse the whole, leave no trace thing, then I would buy the laws to shoot them. I'm kidding. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't need laws. I have billions. Metroid Prime. I remember playing Metroid Prime on the GameCube, actually. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, exactly, Nokia. It's, Star Citizen is from the ground up. GTA 6 is obviously, they're well established. Manscape. Yeah, the Manscaper. Yeah. It's quite handy. It does what you would expect. They are, Tyler, yeah. Yeah, they're down for the next couple of hours, I think, now. Oh, it was done by a Team Cherry. It was a team of like 6 people, and it was regarded as one of the best Metroidvanias ever made, up there with Ori and Blind Forest. That's cool. It definitely sounds like there's a real following for that kind of thing, because so out of my radar. I'd never even heard of any of those games. But clearly there is a lot of passion there for that kind of stuff. The Altars. That rings a bell, but I don't think I know. Another Doom. Doom were the first game to go to Vulcan, weren't they? Which I've never played. It'll be nice when we switch over to Vulcan for Star Citizen. I feel like there's going to be some benefits there at least. I'm going to go grab another coffee, and then we'll carry on. Oh, we do have the monthly report tonight, which is good. I'm always look forward to those. Let me just go and grab a coffee, and then we'll carry on chatting while they do their maintenance. it's just at this point easier to just inject coffee into the blood veins, into the bloodstream. Do you know, a lot of people compare Star Wars, not compare, but when they see the base building side of Star Citizen, they bring up Star Wars Galaxies. I never played it, but it sounds like it's taking a lot of inspiration from it. Rixler, welcome. Yeah, mate. Maintenance time. Ah, thank you for pinning that, Sam, man. That's a good idea. Wanted to hop in for a sec. Yeah, unfortunately not. I wonder what they are doing with the servers. In my head, they are going around with brushes. Yeah, Belosa just sweeping away there. The tamest gamer, how you doing? What GPU would everyone recommend minimum for Star Citizen? I would say a... Ooh, I don't know, maybe a... I would say go with 30 series, but I don't know. What's everyone recommend? You've played with the 1070, but it doesn't cut it anymore. Baron, thank you so much for the 9-month resub. Good afternoon. Beers and Paddy. What's the recommended sort of minimum entry GPU at the moment? I mean, GPU isn't too problematic. Obviously, if you're running a 1070 and you're struggling, there's an issue there. But do take a look at your CPU, your RAM, and see if there's anything there that could be causing a bottleneck. Perry Pack, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, thank you, Deacon, for the idea, mate. Pinning it. You're surprised when they came out with the Geo, they didn't come out with the Atlas. They may yet. Not yet, not straight away, but I'm sure they have plans for a salvager as well. The thing is, whether or not it's going to be Atlas or a different company, because obviously we know of the Virgil make the Titan armor, so there's going to be a combat suit. There's going to be sort of exosuit style, you know, mech suits for all areas of the game. They've hit a gold mine here. Yeah, if you want to coffee about the April Fool's, which ones? So we will certainly see that. And in fact, if you go to Wicolo's, isn't there like an image of a potential salvager EVAing, like a mech suit salvager? There's a picture. And it looks like it's a salvage mech suit. Because we saw that just before they released the Geo, and I was like, oh, that would be cool. But it turns out there was something else coming. There should be, I mean, I don't know about external cosmetic bits, but internally there'll be a lot. And then they will just continue to add, you know, with base building, different internal... Externally, it'll probably be predetermined architectures that you can place. Whether we can have, you know, those overlays or not, I don't know. Parent of 2, coffee is life, tell me about it. I'm a parent of 1. I can't survive without it. I can't even imagine it with 2. Do you just get 2 cups of coffee at the same time? So, like, just double the intake. Chief, how you doing? From Indonesia. How very cool is that? How do I feel about the Caterpillar cargo door being reworked? It should have a separate button to open it and make it descend. Yes, and it will. It's kind of like they've got it to open, but it's not ideal. They will most likely expand it to the point where it goes down. I don't know when, though. Hopefully, now that they've got it that far, they will be able to allow it to move properly soon as well. But, yeah. It's nice to see it advancing, but it would have been better to have done it properly and finished it, if you know what I mean. Griff, welcome. And how is Indonesia today, by the way? Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, resolution of monitor, FPS that you're aiming for. Do you want 30? Do you want, you know, 60 minimum? But I guess if it's minimum spec, I don't know. Yo, Fenrir, welcome. Your 2070 was fine, but you'd recommend a 20... Yeah, I mean, Sandman, you're still using a 2080 Ti, aren't you? Bolting, welcome. Beardy's using a 3060 Ti. The salvage Atlas to be from Drake. That would be nice. This is the thing. We've seen Argo bring out the Atlas, right? We've got one branded mech suit. We don't want an Atlas everything. We want other manufacturers to do this as well, which takes longer, but it just kind of makes it a little bit more interesting. You know, Virgil, as we know, will do the combat one. That's not to say there won't be like a different manufacturer doing a combat Titan suit as well, but or mech suit. But yeah, we want other things, other companies. But yeah, Drake would be chef's kiss for that. 2 pots of coffee to yourself a day at least. How many kids do you have? Or is that just because you're too stoned? You need the coffee to keep going. Your mug is 750 mil. That's the kind of thing I take camping with me. FPS nerd, how you doing? Yeah, it's getting maintenance done right now. You have 4 kids. Sleep was a luxury when they were younger. Flipping heck, yeah. Thing is, Summer's been a really good sleeper. And for some reason now, she wakes up. I think it's since we took a side of a cot off, she wakes up now. And we can just hear her little feet running to the door. She opens the door, pins it back with one of those little, you know, wedges. And then it's like, Mama? Is it time to get up, Mama? We're like, if it's past 6, then yeah. If it's not, then no. Novi, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing today? Canis, bonjour. How are you today? Yeah, £10.42 does good PC hardware, dedicated PC hardware videos about Star Citizen, so it's definitely worth watching that one. Alquimea, welcome. 2026 is all we know about the release date for Squadron. Could be any time within that year. Spantech, 07, welcome. It's more to do with the GPUs you can actually get hold of easily, yeah, isn't it the truth? Like, contacting these PC companies, partly one of the reasons I want to do it is so that I can at least get access to this stuff. If there's a benefit, like a mutual benefit partnership there between us. Because, you know, usually I would just shop around and try and find the best deal, pull these things in from, you know, all the components from different sources, and then build it. But if I can save myself the legwork, dealing with the scalpers, upping the prices, and actually, you know, get everything from one spot, get a good discount, which would make the money spread further, get a discount for you guys, and then build it that way with assistance, that would be kind of cool. You make 500 ml cups of coffee. No fixed number. But unless there's a medical reason, it's at least 4. Unless there's a medical reason. Squadron 42 will be the game that you want to buy a vid card for. Well, it'll be a game that people will buy a PC for. I can't wait for when Squadron releases, as long as Star Citizen's PU is in a good place, for people playing Squadron to then realize that there is a single, like an MMO, a multiplayer version of it. Warper, how you doing? How was it out at sea, my friend? Choppy. That sounds like a joke. It wasn't really intended in that way. Robert, welcome. But yeah, there's so many games that I have played. There's some vehicles we haven't seen. There's the Spider Miner we haven't got. There's so many games that I've played, single-player games that I love and wanted to be multiplayer. And then a lot of occasions, like Elder Scrolls and Fallout, I suppose, when they do make a multiplayer version of it, it's a lot of tosh. Or it's just, you know, it sacrifices quality and fidelity to make it multiplayer. Whereas Star Citizen just does not. It's just top-notch. Beard, how you doing? As a father of 7, you just carry around the carafe all oh, mate. Oh, I don't even know how... like I say, I have 1 child. I do not even know how people cope with 2. She already runs me ragged. It's just non-stop. Oh, boy, 7. Congrats, my friend. Ting, how you doing? I think CIG should have made the Atlas chassis and then made attachments for it. Wouldn't it get so confusing, though? Like, it's a good idea, But we already have the Argo Atlas chassis, right? The sort of flatbed kind of, not flatbed, but the different ground vehicle version called the Atlas. Then we've got this Atlas mech that has various models. I kind of like them being dedicated, because it kind of falls back to that whole idea of not making one ship to rule them all, where people who want to pursue a certain thing can just go for the one they want. But then I suppose the same applies to a hot swappable like mech. It was a cool idea. I do like that. David, how you doing? 7:30 for you, is it, mate? You just waking up. Is it a good morning? It's definitely morning for you. I don't know if it's a good one for you, though. UK has got the monopoly on space sims at the moment. Both CIG and FDEV are located. Is that Elite FDEV? But Hello Games, yeah, they're in the US. I didn't know Elite, well, if that's what it is, are US. What about Space Engineers? Yo, Tomato King. Yeah, upscaling might work beneficially for your GPU issue. Oliver, welcome. Lossless scaling. Calpin, welcome. Just got hearing aids with built-in Bluetooth so I can listen to your sexy voice without a headset. Do you know, I have some AirPods, and after having a bath, I think some water got into one of them, and it suddenly just, you know, the whole noise cancellation just stopped, and one of them was like loud, and then it started going, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to try and get some sort of like return, even though they don't cover water damage. And then all of a sudden it just started working again after like 4 days of it breaking. Was like, phew. New subflet. Oh yes, Wakello goodies. Wakello, yeah, with the things. I do like those sorts of things though. And the Atlas Quantum Drive, yep. Let's not even get started on things that begin with the word quantum. Sentinel, how you doing? You've been there a few days. You were here a few days ago before your first session. I now own a few ships, a few million credits, and a cool crew. Oh, mate, now that's the way to win. Tell me about your journey then. Tell me what you did and how you went about it. That's very exciting, and it's cool that you've got a crew as well. Very nice. That's a good question, Low Poly, but I don't know why the Atlas has this spare arm for no reason. I guess there's something to go there, but I don't know what it would be. There must be something on the way that we may even know about that they're planning to put there, because it seems a bit random. Yeah, Nvidia are real shitting on their what do you call them? Is AMD's GPUs actually beating Nvidia then in terms of performance, or is it still, you know, CPUs are smashing it, GPUs not so much? Indonesia is doing well. It is not doing so well politically and economically. Protests took place in large cities lately. Oh, I hope you're staying safe, Chief. If you're sat at your PC, then you must be safe. But thank you for letting me know, by the way. Cognitive, how you doing? Only thing Elite has a hand on is messing up every chance they get. Drop into rice overnight next time. Oh, well, actually, they say it's not the best idea to use rice because of starch and so forth, and how it can get in, like little fragments can get into the actual device itself. They say it's better to use that silica gel. What I'm going to start doing is saving those little silica gel packets, whatever, you know, the ones that say do not eat. Immediately I'm like, now I really want to eat it. But yeah, that's anything that can absorb the liquid is a good idea. But it's so stupid because it was such a tiny bit of water, and it just kind of went. Yo, Shield, how you doing? Yeah, apologies, guys. I noticed a lot of people, you in the States, when I said taking Monday off or Sunday off, no, took Sunday off for Mother's Day, so catching up on Monday. A lot of people must have absolutely crapped themselves, being like, oh my god, I forgot on Mother's Day. But for some reason, we have it differently here in the UK to the US. I don't know why. That Emporium bust is... Oh, is it? I thought it was like desktop. Oh. What's happened with if you turn your head with the jacket on, there's a point of the jacket that is missing. It annoys me when things clip like that. So annoying. Butt scratching arm. You are. NVIDIA GPU still destroy AMD at high end. Okay. Well, saying that, thankfully, with Digital Tengu, when he does pick up his 50 series card, he's giving me his 4090, so I am pretty much set for the GPU for my build. Jax, how you doing? That's true. Yeah, Star Citizen was founded in the States. That's very true. Obviously, Chris was born in England, but the actual game itself was founded in the States. But I think what he means is now that, you know, headquarters is now UK. It is UK-based more than anywhere else. And obviously, LA studio is shutting down. Ty, how you doing? Welcome. You took a hiatus from Star Citizen. Played a bit this weekend. Gotta say, the Hathor content is fun. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of potential with that location. How you doing, though? All good, I hope. Primal Stage, how you doing? What yummy treats are those? Did I give you a heart attack as well? A new Sandman. Sorry. Oh, nice. Daguntha, welcome. FPS Nerd. For me, hangar doors not open. Is that still happening? Thankfully, I've not had an issue with the hangar doors, but I think one of the hotfixes is for the teleporting, I believe. Swearing Tuber, welcome. I don't know about you guys, but with the update, me and my crew have co-pilot issues. Why, what's happening? Bumpy at first, but once I found a game loop I liked and got good at prepping, it became a different game. When my crew is online, we tackle the execs and mining lasers. So you're doing the Hathor, you're doing the big bucks, scary stuff. Nice. So AMD better price performance, NVIDIA's more better software features. Yeah. Well, hopefully AMD can get up there. Plus with, is it now Microsoft doing GPUs? I can't remember, but hopefully that'll keep pushing it, you know? Yeah, kids get all their endless energy by sucking it out of the parents. Oh, it's just constant non-stop. It is. 5090 is a right slap in the face, yeah. Oh, the jacket just doesn't move. Oh, man. Yeah, that's... Hopefully they'll fix that quick. Zolox, how you doing? What is your guess for the last leak CIG posted? I'm trying so hard to rule out the Percy, but it just doesn't make sense. It could be an RSI heavy fighter, given how early in depth... Oh, do you mean... The newsletter. Yeah, I don't know. Are we sure it's a heavy fighter? What was the caption with it? I can't remember. Let me have a look. Get ready for combat. I don't know. It looks RSI. It looks somewhat... Is it Crusader-y? I don't know. It's hard to say, but it could. It doesn't have to be a heavy fighter, does it? Yo, Darth, how you doing? Oh, Intel. That's the one, Norad. Thank you. Yeah, Intel. Hopefully that's, you know, another player in the game will certainly add, like, shake things up a little bit. Especially in terms of price to performance, taken away from NVIDIA having to hopefully drop their prices. This morning I had a hangar door almost finish opening, then suddenly it reappeared. Yeah, that's happened to me in the past. Thankfully for 4.1 it hasn't happened, but I think that's something they're hot fixing, isn't it? You think it's the Mantis-based fighter? Could be. Thank you, Deacon. That's the image there. Yes, they've shut down the LA studio because it's now just mostly a skeleton crew because Chris and the majority of the LA devs have moved to the UK, which is where it's now based out of, mostly because they've got that whole new fancy state-of-the-art workspace. So yeah, it's mostly just admin stuff going on at LA, which I guess they're gonna, you know, work from home or move to the UK. Yeah, absolutely, Jax. Finding the fears that you as a person may not have, but as a parent, yeah, every time we go anywhere or do anything, it's like, oh my god, everything's a hazard. I see. You know how in The Matrix when Neo, spoiler, but I mean, you should have watched it by now, but at the end where he sees the ones and zeros everywhere, and he sees the world in like binary, that's kind of like me, but on a parent level of highlighting the dangers and what could potentially do what to my child. I see a dodgy person walking down the street. I'm like, step in front. CMD, how you doing? Oh, 7, welcome. The crossbow, what, the image? You got assigned a hangar on hotfix today. There was a ship in there and someone was walking around. Then after I went to my hangar and someone else's ship was there, I called my ship and it smashed them. Yeah! At least if you're going to have a bug, you're going to win. You're going to win in that bug arena. Heft, yeah, like Death Stranding hazard mark. Yeah, it's just... That's... Welcome, by the way. That's all I see now. A sixth sense, yeah. Live life in fear these days. Wazzy, how you doing? I try not to. It's same like you go to a play park and it's like, oh my lord. Like the other day, she was sat on the couch. And we always try to get her to put her back to the, you know, to the backrest. Sat there, it's like, I want to fall off. I'm like, no, don't. What do you mean? I want to roll off. It's like, well, backwards. Yeah. No, don't. And then she just does it. I'm like, what? No fear. I mean, I'm glad she's got no fear, but at least have some self-preservation. Do I think Star Citizen's gotten a little too violent? No. In what way, David? I mean, it's a game with combat, so there's definitely going to be violence there. Do you mean in terms of there's more combat stuff than anything else? Or do you mean it looks too violent? Astro, how you doing? I just went with good old anxiety for my kids. It's lovely. Yeah. Oh, I got a good mixture of that. Oh, man. It just doesn't stop. Have you played the Schedule 1 game? No, a game about producing drugs and being a drug dealer. Its game mechanic is quite addictive. Imagine CIG including the game loop for making... I haven't played it, but Star Citizen absolutely will have, like, crafting drugs and dealing drugs game mechanics. At the end of the day, we'll have farming, which is a good chunk of how the drugs in the game are created. And if you wanted to, you could have a drugs lab. You could have a front to sell that to people. So if you know, if that's what you're after, Chief, you are more. You'll be able to do that, 100%. I mean, way things are going, we might want to pull out of Texas too. Seems us want to become political enemies with the UK. Oh, you better not do playing catch up. We'll still be friends, right? What, on The Matrix, that lady in red? Was that Martin Square? Oh, some of it was filmed in Australia. Oh, I see. Oh, I didn't know that. Damage, Sinkhole, welcome. 07. For sure, or as they start to fall, everything goes slow motion. And yeah, yes, no. Do we know when the servers are back up and running? Probably in about an hour and 15, I think. It was a 3-hour window. And it started at technically 2 o'clock my time. It's now 10 to 4. So hopefully not too long, states. I'd put my kid in a human-sized hamster... Yeah, same. Absolutely. Taking advantage of each other and shooting each other. Oh, no. I mean, that's just gaming in general. That's just any PvP game. People do that. Right now... people are able to get away with it on a much bigger scale because of missing systems and so forth. But eventually the game will push back and it'll be less of an issue. There'll be more loss involved as well and people will do it less. People just ganking each other and killing each other is something that happens in every game with PvP. But thankfully CIG do want to push back in the right way not necessarily artificially restrict things, but push back in the right way, but still allow it to happen, still allow there to be scenarios where it's possible, but leave it to the player to decide what they do and where they do it. It's most of the senseless killing is because it's an alpha for various reasons, like lack of punishments, lack of loss. You don't really lose anything. You don't lose, you just maybe lose a bit of time or whatever. So it'll calm down eventually, but right now there just needs more systems. Yeah, law enforcement, absolutely. Bounty hunting, insurance, warranty, having enough of a pushback. The hotfix channel is available, is it now? So the hotfix has been available all this time, hasn't it? Just the live one had maintenance, I believe. And there's new patch notes. Have we got patch notes handy, by any chance? Tell us what's the fix. Oh, the hotfix was taken down recently. The Aussie friends are like, explain that in excruciating detail. You recently went back to visit where I grew up, and I was looking at some of the places I used to jump from. I kept thinking, how the hell did I survive to adult? Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? I see Summer doing stuff, and I'm like, I was so fine with this as a kid. But now I'm like, the difficulty is, as a parent, is I don't want her to live in fear because I'm living in fear because of her hurting herself. But I also don't want her to hurt herself. And it's finding that balance and just being like, every single step they take, you're like, is that going to hurt them? Is that going to hurt them? No, that didn't hurt them. That's good. What about that one? And then, when do I step in? It's so hard. So hard. Ah, thank you. Patch notes there. Lovely, lovely. Yo, Blue Moon. Yeah, a bit of maintenance right now. Yeah, State. It's typical, mate. You can't time it, can you? Okay, so there's a lot of hot fixes there. Lots of... Yeah, it's stuff we've read, isn't it? Prior to going live. So, fixes for multiple client crashes, issues where FPS AI would attack the player's corpse, not the actual alive players. Multiple DGS crashes, updated to resolve multiple align and mine blocking issues, updates to stop some align and mine exploits. Fixed an issue causing several medical rooms to be missing from landing zone clinics. Fixes to massively reduced high hybrid service pings causing multiple interaction delays and other issues. That's kind of the biggest issue I've had, is the interaction delay. Fixes for multiple hybrid service crashes. Further updates to help reduce players getting stuck with long loading times in the PU. As I say, I loaded in instantly twice today, I think. Updates to help stop players getting stuck with an invalid location ID black screen upon death. Thank you. So yeah, hopefully, like they say, they'll hotfix what they can. But certain things will need 4.1.1. The planet killer to come to game. The one ship to kill them all, Pappy, yeah. That'll sell out till it's nerfed. You can see it now. What time am I streaming to, Whopper? So it's coming up to 4. I'll be finishing at 6. So a couple of more hours left. Old Canadian Gamer, how you doing? Ramoyne, welcome. Are we both well? It is, yeah, it's on pause, yeah. Trust your instincts as a parent, and it will tell you when to... Yeah, exactly. It's like if you overthink it, it'll hold you back on just doing what you're supposed to do. 4 kids, blimey. Self-preservation is a learned skill. Yeah, better for her to... Absolutely, yeah. And that's like that. I know that so much. And I'm... Like when we got a scooter and we've got all the pads and things, and I'm like, no, just a helmet's fine. But, thing is, she's quite tough. She's very stoic. And when she hurts herself, she will be like, she doesn't want to cuddle. She'll be like, no, no. And she'll run off to the bottom of the stairs and just wait and then come back and she'll be fine again. Like, she processes it. She wants to process it alone, which is good, but, you know, heartbreaking because I'm like, come for a cuddle. I can help. But yeah, she's very tough. You had a family member that had kids at the same time. Where did that go? Just jumped. And had a it'll be fine mentality, and it made me feel like more of a mental case. It's like, no, they won't be. Yeah, absolutely. You only touch a candle once. I remember being a kid, and I must have been young because we were living in Daventry. You know, I moved up at like 8. And you know those little lighters that you get in cars? I remember pushing that in, because we were just sat in the front, pushing that in and then pulling it out and touching the end of it, and flipping heck, that hurts. But yeah, I never did it again. Although it would be better if I could say, don't do that because you'll burn yourself. She's very, I don't want to say disciplined, because we don't like discipline, you know. I don't shout at her or tell her off, but I obviously make sure she's aware of what's good, what's right, what's wrong. But yeah, she's very, what's the term? Like, she does what we say. Without, and you know, there's certain things that she'll be like, can I do this? And she'll wait. We'll be like, either no or yes, and she'll stick to it. Very, very clever. As a new YouTube content creator, got any recommendations for creating Star Citizen content? Yes, just do what you enjoy. Know that the game is challenging. If you're doing gameplay, it's very challenging to record. And it can be a nightmare. You can spend hours and hours recording and then none of it is usable, or something breaks and it's, you know. So always do what you enjoy, and then it'll be a lot easier. But you know, the popularity of it comes and goes. You might put a video out today and it gets very little views. If you put the same video out when, you know, people are excited for the game and things are working, it'll do really well. It's just the nature of the beast. But just keep going, you know. Oh no, she'll push us away. If she's hurt herself and we go in for a cuddle, she'll push us away. And of course, I'm not going to force my cuddle on her, but she's good at processing it. We also only tipped out chairs once, smacking the back of our heads. Dude, I remember when we were at a barbecue once, and she was only young. She came toddling past, and I was like, where are you going? And she just kicked my foot, fell straight down and cut her lip open in front of everyone, and I was like, ugh. But obviously, you know, a lot of those people at the barbecue are parents. They get it. It happens. Dirtbags trip. Are you some overlord lot? What are you grouping with the overlords? My mum had a little thing of mace on her keys, and I was messing with it in the car when I was 4. Ended up macing myself with the windows up. Oh, the 80s. Nice. As long as you warn them and advise them, the mistakes that... Yes, absolutely. Yeah. We tell her what is dangerous, what is fine. And obviously, depending on the actual potential severity of the problem, like, you know, if there's a severe case of like damaging herself in a big way, then of course we'll stop. But sometimes there is a bit of bliss in saying, oh, I wouldn't do that. That looks, you know, nothing dangerous, but like, you're not gonna bang. There we go. That's what I was getting to. Chief, how you doing? Welcome. I haven't tried it yet, Chief. I think it's still ongoing, isn't it? Yeah, the game will try you. It is... Technically, you know, the game isn't ready for streamlined recording. It's... Like today, I spent an hour doing a load of off-grid stuff, getting set up, flying around, doing some looting, flew into an invisible, whatever it was, tree structure at Harper's Point. And it was all lost. Can't really use that now because they're kind of pointless video. So, wasted time. But it is the way it goes. Once I figured out the advanced camera controls, it's made I'm creating content so much more. Yeah, that really helps. It's a lot of fun being creative. It's a nice outlet for creativity. But at the same time, there's the difficulty because you're not always going to feel creative. You're not always going to feel like spending hours getting that shot and doing, getting it all recorded perfectly. It's not going to allow that sometimes, most of the time. So it's just like any job, there's good parts and bad parts. Overall, I'm very grateful and privileged to be doing what I do. But it's taken God knows how many years. So, I've worked hard to get here. You maced yourself as a kid as well, Cognitive. We need like a maced myself anonymous. If a hotfix channel is now closed, does that mean the hotfix will be up? Yeah, I think so. I think what they do is it all points to live. So if you play live or hotfix, it's all towards the same thing. So any progress you make on the hotfix channel will point to live. But what they have on hotfix is being pushed to live, so they'll probably take it down and put out a new one. Start over and over and over and over and over, yeah. Falling over your bike wheel, yeah, oh, my brother did that and I pissed myself laughing. But only after I'd realized he was alright. Yo, Excalibur, how you doing? Obedient, yeah. It sounds like an awful word because, it sounds like you will be obedient. Like we don't parent like that. But she is very obedient and will do exactly what we ask her in any situation. If she's super tired, then of course she has her little like kickoffs. But they're only small at the moment. Touch wood. No, not really, Alpha Rod. The hotfix is, I think that's going to live right now. So whatever is on the hotfix is being pushed to live, so it's probably not worth the point. Yeah, using TOBII when making videos makes life a lot easier. Also, one bit of advice is go into your controls and go to mouse smoothing and put it to like 10%, because if your videos are constant, like every movement is like this, every time you look anywhere, for the viewer, it can feel awful. If you have a little bit of smoothing, just 10% or 10 points or whatever it is, that movement is so much smoother and it just feels more natural and realistic. Yeah, trial and error. I'm very much a trial and error learner. Sometimes I can read something, it doesn't sink in. If I do it, then I learn it. It's like they say, isn't it? Like, mistakes aren't the opposite of... Or failure isn't the opposite of success. It's just part of success. Like, in order to get to where you're going, you need to make those mistakes to figure out. You're crossing off things that don't work. Or you're failing, ticking off those failures. Preston White, how you doing? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Carandus, welcome. I haven't tried this hotfix, but hopefully after this hotfix, it's in a lot better place. Lizzie B07, how are you doing today? How are the streams? The jank makes for some pretty funny content. It does. Yeah, at the end of the day, as much as you want it to go perfectly smooth every time you're recording, sometimes those funny moments do make the video. Absolutely. Storm Pooper 07, how you doing today? Enjoy the obedience while it lasts. No, I get that, yeah. I'm living it up for the moment. Dadbot, how you doing, mate? Are you well? Gen X's playgrounds were like a military obstacle course. If the Wheel of Death didn't send you into orbit, the seesaws would give you tinnitus. Yeah. Oh, man, I was definitely one of these, like, just constantly falling, hurting myself, and getting back up. And, I definitely want that kind of mentality for Summer, where she doesn't fear things, but it's that balance, isn't it, of you've got to fear certain things. Not in a, oh my god, I can't sleep because I'm worried about this, but in a self-preservation kind of way. Flopper, how you doing? Michael Ross, welcome. Have they done it already? I don't know. Have they done it? I'm not sure. George, welcome. They're doing server maintenance, yeah. So crashes, those sorts of things. They're fixing it. Yeah, like obviously obedience is important, but I don't want it to be in a you know, you'll do what I say kind of way. A lot of when I see the word obedience, I kind of think of that for some reason. I was never slapped, but you know, in fact I was. We used to put books down our trousers. And then my brother and I would compare hand marks on our legs. Oh, it rasped. Oh. Yeah, exactly. We survived the 80s and 90s. Yeah, they're just like scaffolding, weren't they? In fact, most of the time I was playing on scaffolding rather than actual climbing frames. You bought a Gladiator and was disappointed, but everything apart from a size 1 missile worked. It's funny, the Gladiator is probably one of the oldest ships we have that has yet to have a proper update. It's had some little bits here and there, but I wonder if most of those are bugs, or if it just needs to be updated properly. Like, was it a one-off issue that was happening with that Gladiator at the time that was not working? But it won't have... Does it have internal storage at all? Or, you know, some form of storage? Your daughter listened real well until she hit teenage years. Then logic went out the window. Oh, no. Oh, man. Well, she's 3 in May. So I'm going to live it up while I can. Are you restarting YouTube, David? Oh, yeah, by all means, mate. I bought the Retaliator and didn't realize you still have to spend millions in-game to add the torpedo mod. Yeah, the modules. It's cool that they're in-game, though. I mean, obviously, if you bought it with everything, you would get access to it. But, yeah, buying it in-game is kind of something to, like, work towards. Should do new cozy camping. What do you mean? Do you mean in real life? Like do there will certainly be videos that involve that. Right now, obviously, we're going into spring, so the temperatures are rising. There is no snow whatsoever. It's very hit or miss whether we get snow anymore. But no, what I'm going to do is, like, I was obsessed with hot tent camping for a long while. In the worst conditions I could find is what I wanted, so I could test everything. Now that we're going into spring, this next camp, which is using a stove again, I will probably from then on for the rest of the season. I'm sure I'll use the stove again at some point because it's, you know, even when it's a hot day, it can be really cold at night time. But I want to try other methods of cooking, especially because stoves are cool. But if you just want a coffee, you don't want to have to, you know, carry lots of other methods at the same time. But yeah, this next camp that I'm doing in a couple of weeks is looking like it's going to be pretty nice and warm, to be fair. But I'm going to make a nice pasta meal on the stove, and then. But yeah, as the seasons change, I will certainly be doing more camps, and hopefully I can get one in snow as well. Absolutely. Hippie Nation, how you doing? Is there a ship they have not concepted that you can think of that you would want to see in Star Citizen? Oh, probably. To be fair, a full, large, flatbed ground vehicle for hauling large quantities of cargo, I would certainly want, and I've been wanting for a while. So not a ship necessarily, but yeah, that would be nice. I can't think of anything else beyond that at the moment. What does everybody else want? Is there a particular ship that everyone is wanting that we don't know about? Did you or your brother also have competitions who could climb the smoothest and tallest? I don't know about competitions, but we certainly liked climbing. We would do all sorts. Me and a group of friends, his friends, because he's older than me, so I would always hang out with him and his friends, and we would, you know, do all sorts of stupid stuff. As I'm sure we all did. That's my camping channel, by the way, guys. We talk a lot about camping here because I have just started a second channel where I go camping. So if you want to see me camping, literally living off-grid in the real world, only for a night usually, but yeah, you can do. Andy, how you doing? Fenmaline. I think we did find some Fenmaline. APOC, you found some, didn't you? If I recall correctly. A simple campfire bread with butter and honey. Oh, yeah. Well, this next camp... so far, I've done a red Thai curry on a stove. And I've done teriyaki tofu with rice. This next camp, the one that's coming up, I'm going to do a... it's this pasta alla Genovese, where I've got a... You basically... It's pasta with potato, green beans, and pesto. It's a really simple thing because you put it all in one pot and just boil it up. And then make your pesto, which you could do at home, but this time I'm going to do it while I'm camping. I've got one of those hand-pull blenders, which is only about this big. Great for putting stuff in. You know, when you're camping, you want to use every single pot you've got to hold stuff. And I'm going to just show myself making the pesto while camping. Because once you learn how to make pesto, you can mess with it with all different types of ingredients. And you just throw it in with pasta, and it's just such a nice meal. So yeah, doing that with a camping stove out in the woods is going to be nice. Plus, I'm going to be exploring this woods a lot more as well. Leith McLean, thank you so much for subscribing, my friend. But yeah, very excited for this camp. Going to try and do it a little bit more minimalistic than I have been. I'm still testing certain things. Taking a Star Esso coffee espresso maker thing, which is like this big, and you just sort of mount it together, and then you can get like so much pressure to make a nice crema for your coffee. But I'm going to start cutting down the amount of stuff I take, because flipping heck, it's a lot to carry. And that's the thing with the stove as well. It's not a fold-downable backpacking stove. It's a small stove, and it's quite lightweight in comparison to the other stoves, especially the ones Pomoli do. They have stoves that have ovens on them, which one day would be so cool. Critical Bill, thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, I want a truck. A mobile casino. Food trucks, definitely. They'll be so cool. Like a set of wheels you attach to storage containers and haul. No. More like an Atlas flatbed. Not an Atlas Geo style thing, but, you know, the Atlas platform thing with, like, 16 SEU or more, where you can drive huge amounts of cargo around. Or a mid-range salvager from Argo or Drake. Ooh, nice deplorable. How you feed? Are you repairing still, mate? Or have you repaired now? Ouch. Can't wait to get camping with the dog again. Now the weather's picking up. Might do the Mac loop again. What's the Mac loop? I've never heard of that. Yeah, ground vehicle that you can log out in. Like an actual camper van would be cool. Yeah, most of yours are ground vehicle. Yeah, of course, priority was vehicle, like ships and so forth. But yeah, now that we're getting... And especially when we have base building... that kind of stuff. Ground vehicles are going to be so important. Yeah, literally touching grass. Like, it's the best medicine. There's nothing... I see a lot of these YouTubers that do camping videos, and they take their iPad or they take the phone and they watch a film. I'm like, no. My film is the nature. Just sitting there looking at the sun go down, looking at the fire burning. I love it. Oh, it's Val Kilmer died. Oh, man. He didn't look in a good way, did he, when he was in Top Gear recently? That's a shame. That's a shame. You make a mean pesto. So, a lot of these recipes, in fact, most of the recipes I do are from Gusto. We've started getting grubby now, but there's so many different variations to pesto. Have you tried it with toasting pecans or walnuts and then throwing them in? Very nice. You can even throw in some, because there's quite a lot of salt goes into pesto, but you can throw in nutritional yeast, and that gives it a nice sort of thick flavour, salty flavour. Yeah, I used to, before I went plant-based, I used to do a lot of steaks. We used to go fishing, catching fish. When we used to camp in Scotland, we would go fishing and catch and cook. But now it's all plant-based for me. You want a flatbed truck that hovers? Now, there's a cool idea. Well, maybe a large CSV. I feel like the Atlas would be better. More like if you watched Mandalorian, where they were driving those big trucks. That was cool. That was nice. After all this animal murder in Star Citizen, a ship to transport live animals for conservation. Yeah, I would love more like science-based ships. That would be cool. But then I guess we need the science-style game mechanic in, don't we? Just now starting to be pain-free since November. Wow. Oh, in Wales, where you watch jets fly low. That's cool. When we were camping, I think it was Loch Shiel. There was a jet. Like, I was laid on the little pebble beach. My cousins were off doing their own thing, and this jet just went. Like, you don't hear it, do you? Until it suddenly booms past you. Just went flying down the loch. We also saw a Hercules go flying over the top once, just because they use it for testing, I guess, low-range flights. Yeah, someone asked where to find Fainmaline. Do you have an answer, Solin? Instead of new ships, I would just like them to balance fighting ships. I just want to be able to use something other than my... Yeah, I don't know, like, at what point. I feel like we need the physical damage and engineering to some degree for that to really be properly tuned. Like, to a state where it's... Okay, now there are real trade-offs where you are not just... there's not a meta anymore. There needs to be a proper, choice based on your own abilities and preferences. Castellian, how you doing? Welcome. An iconic vehicle combo is the Corsair and the ground vehicle camper van. It's like the Mustang Beta. That had a really nice vibe to it. So something like that, but ground vehicle would be nice. Yeah, refinery ships, that's true. We haven't seen them yet. There looks to be some involvement with refining various minerals and materials, like metals, in different way. Like separating the two processes so that you need to, what is it, with like smelting versus refining and so forth. A Vulcan bomber. Yeah, I think it was the Vulcan bomber that had its last flyover maybe a couple of years ago, wasn't it? Is it the Vulcan one I'm thinking of? Yo, Ruffy, how you doing? Welcome. Does anybody know if you can refine ore when the bags are detached from the mining ship? I don't know, because I think there's an issue with loading it into the freight elevator still. So I think you're not able to get them in unless you can just go straight there and, detect them properly. I'm not sure. Does anybody know? Can anyone answer Ruffy there? Spooky Cheese, how you doing? Welcome back. How are you doing today? Oh, 1st of April. That's a real bad time to die, though, isn't it? It's the 1st of April. Of all the times, of all the dates you could pass away. Gilanth, how you doing? Like, no joke. Yeah, 65 is very young. I mean, crazy, because my mum passed it on just before her 60th. My Rachel's dad passed, I think, before he was 60. Both from cancer. My dad was, I think he was like 71. Which is weird, because he passed it at like 71, but he drank and smoked and took drugs like nobody. So it was like, I'm surprised he lived as long as he did, to be fair. But yeah, a lot of people are dying in their 60s. It's horrible. G-Sharp, how you doing? 07, sir. Oh, it's not connected to the freight stuff yet. Okay, that's good then. Yeah, electronic warfare. I guess we'll need some form of... I think engineering is just going to unlock a lot of potential for these types of ships. The Blue Angels, nice. I bet that looks cool. We have a lot of, like, Chinooks and planes flying around here. I don't know where our nearest airbase is, but a lot of the time I can hear them flying around. when Summer was young and she used to nap in the day, it was like, oh, now you're taking the piss. Hover races. I definitely love having a big choice of racing ground hover bikes. We have quite a lot now, but I love the fact that there is more and more racing ships being added. For a lot of people, racing is so like, I don't care. Understandably, I get that. But for me, I love that range because the whole racing scene one day will just explode in a, proper... the way I used to sort of look at it is I could play Gran Turismo and you would pick a car, you would load into a level, race, and then go back to a menu. Star Citizen is you need racers, you need engineers, you need pilots, you need mechanics, you need security. You literally you can be a full-on racing team simulator where you have the ships and you have the team who would be doing the race and they'll be practicing on, say, the sim pod in-game, in the ship while you're flying to the location. And then you're maintaining them as they go. They come in for a pit stop. You're having to... it's literally going to be like a simulation, but set in the future. So cool. Just Jay, how you doing? Yes, I believe the Vulture is available in-game. I don't know. You can't rent it, unfortunately. You can buy it, but I don't think it's rentable at this time. Christian, how you doing? Where can you get what? Sorry. And Dan, welcome. Tractor turret is working on the 315. Hope we will be able to change it in mining as well. I don't think so. What they tend to do with ships is keep them specific to a role, as they don't want someone to buy one ship and then just have that do everything. They want there to be, they want progression and so forth. Ethan, how you doing? Yeah, you're not the only one there, mate. Excited for house and base creation. That is going to be... I'm hoping we'll see snippets of it this year in terms of progress. And then maybe next year start getting our hands on it. It's going to dictate a lot of stuff. And what's cool as well is that there are people that don't care about base building and they just want to live in their ship. Something for everyone. I need a wee, actually. I might grab a beer while I'm down there. Right, give me 2 minutes. Oh. There we go. You want a Spartan flatbed trailer with room for a full 32 SU box. Yeah, maybe even articulated with big wheels for off-roading would be good. That would be nice. There are several air bases near me. Nearest is probably Linton. on Oos, which could be then, yeah. There's definitely a lot of things flying over all the time. No, mate, this is Squadron 42. This isn't real. Yo, Doresta, how you doing? Did you enjoy the chair stream? I also think going to the RAF museum is the reason why I'm so delighted by kitchens in Star Citizen ships. Reminds me of going inside one of the Sunderland bombers in a museum, as those were big enough for a little kitchen. Oh my lord, I had no idea. I want one of those now. Imagine camping in one of those. Yo, Hustle, how you doing? The chair's playing. The chair is the best player you will find. Israel, thank you so much for subscribing. How you doing? What is the point of maintenance? Do you mean on ships? Oh, sorry, for the servers. MX, how you doing? Yeah. So they're just rolling out a lot of hotfixes. The problem is, now that the servers don't die as quick as they used to, they kind of have to crash them to then roll out the hotfix. Before we had server meshing, the servers would degrade and have to be swapped out quite a lot or quite often, so they could roll out a hotfix quite quickly. Now with static server meshing, the servers remain healthy for a lot longer, so they don't die out as quick as they would like them to when a hotfix is necessary. Plus other general, maintenance, whatever that involves, I don't know. It's beyond me, but it certainly helps. Yeah, 1 hour left. Thank you, Jax. Yeah, this was, what, how long ago was this? 7 years ago. Flipping heck. We might as well skip this one, because it is... I'll leave it going. So old, but it's still cool to see certain locations. Link Best, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. They made a play the game for me button. What's the play the game for me button? 404 Fox, welcome. They can now use the turn it on and off again. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. This is all in our imagination, yeah. I love how much he's struggling. Yeah, struggling to, it doesn't work too well. Something needed to change. Cargo combat mining. What's next? Got Atlas. Oh, for Atlas. Probably salvaging medic. Yeah, I don't know. If you go to Wiculos, there is an image, like a painting or a photograph. I can't remember exactly where it is, but it shows what looks to be an EVA-ing Atlas salvaging. So I do think that was a little teaser that we will see. But again, Argo, Atlas are not going to be the only style mech things we see. I'm sure we will see more from them, and we will probably see those come first before any other manufacturer, even Virgil. I feel like Virgil's Titan suit, they're just saving until Squadron releases. But we may see other manufacturers take... In fact, we'll definitely see other manufacturers take the mech path. But yeah, for now, I feel like it'll be salvaging next. I reckon. Yo, Sipsy, welcome. Are there any hotspot traders... Oh, any hotspots traders go that would enable an undesirable like myself to steal their ships right now? Oh, not that I know of. Not that I would tell you anyway. Keep an eye out, traders. I absolutely love salvage. However, I'd rather see further iterations to the criminal system and medical first. Yeah, I mean, crafting is definitely, I think, something we're going to see come first, because crafting is essentially already in a full loop internally. Like, the actual process of the whole crafting loop is working from a dev standpoint, like they can, which is why we're seeing with Color, I think. Well, actually, maybe not. But all that sort of remains is getting that into a player-facing method. So how we will interact with it, how we will use it, using the fabricators and so forth. Which is obviously a lot of work from a lot of teams, but I feel like that's coming next before they expand on things like medical. or criminal, but I really hope, like you say, criminality gets expanded on. Not in many ways, not just you know, make it easier for those not committing crimes, but also give more variety for everyone on both sides of the law, which will have massive knock-on effects in all areas, including griefing and piracy and being able to do things without getting ganked. There's so much more to it than just, you know, stop the gankers. It's not as simple as that. There's got to be more to it. Mod, how you doing, by the way? No, seriously, the chair does play a lot better than me, Hustle. You should see the way I fly. Was that already Star Engine? Oh, I think this was pre-Lumberyard. 7 years ago, I think they were still on the Cry Engine, weren't they? It depends on if you see the dodgy use thing. Yeah, I wonder if we will see the Wikello Atlas gun version. I think we will. That clearly wasn't the April Fool's, because the Greycat TS was. No, this isn't Pyro Row. What are you talking about? This thing here. We're in the Odin system here. This is where, what's it, a moon or whatever has crashed into a planet. So there's a lot to be added to salvage. Firstly, there's siphoning of gases and liquids, which is going to be important, because if you rupture something, if you just go straight to, like, let me just, you know, disable or crush this ship, you could rupture a fuel line, and then it will cause maybe a catastrophic explosion. There's the extraction of data and information, you know, like your black box or servers. Physical components for every ship is part of the salvage mechanic, being able to take those out. Again, you don't want to be crunching up a ship if it's got maybe a quantum drive in it. Might just be like, you're going to cause problems here. So there's a lot more they want to add to salvage. But it's like we saw with mining for a while. They got to a certain standard and was like, we're good here for mining. Let's move on to salvage and start fleshing that out, and then they'll move on to something else. Engineering probably being the next one we get. So there's a lot of areas and mechanics and professions that still need to come and be expanded upon, and they will be to some degree, and then they'll be further stepped up as time goes on. Would you really fly into such a narrow crack? If that was your objective, Remoyne, then I guess you would have to, though. If that's where your objective is pointing you to, then yeah. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, you're in a Gladius. There's a Reclaimer in there who obviously flew through, so if there's a Reclaimer in there or a Starfarer in there, it's pretty safe to say you can get in, but it's obviously dangerous flying. You probably wouldn't complete the game if you didn't know. Yeah, if you're like, I'm not going in there. Like, wait a minute. You can't go anywhere else. Gary, welcome. If we see that Combat Atlas in the pledge store, I'll eat my cat. Not going to happen. It's just for Wikello's museum. It could be. It could be just a little prop, as was stated by Adam Parker, who works at CIG. But never say never. I hope you've got some good seasoning for your cat, because you never know. Or was that a typo? Oh no, I accidentally said I'd eat my cat. What is that gameplay? This is a very early look from 7 years ago at Squadron 42. If you've not watched the most recent Squadron snippet, definitely watch that, because it is night and day different from what we see here. Yeah, this is like, we've already seen it so much better than what this is. Mando, how you doing? It's just a video, mate, not me playing. Thierry, welcome. What time does the service? In about half an hour, I would say. Server maintenance, Mando. Sure thing, Solin. You answered the question earlier. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, mate. You have a good day, and I'll get your music hooked in soon. As soon as I get my head into a place where I can remember who I am. Yeah, there's a lot. If you, I can't remember which jump point it was, but Torsten, who is one of the developers, lead developers working on all these different game mechanics like mining and salvage and so forth. Well, not necessarily mining. That was what's his face. Anyway, he sort of broke down the processes of salvaging and where you're going to get to, where they want to go to, and it's not just going to be. In fact, let me see if I can find that quote using my own notes. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, mind. It was a long while ago. The future of salvage sounds like it might be about right. Nope. I wonder if my video was titled that. Oh, typing that into into the search engine is not perfect. No, I guess I didn't make a video titled that. I can't remember what video was called, but anyway, he basically just broke down where they're going to go to, and a lot of it starts with. So if you find a ship, a derelict ship that you want to salvage, and it's fair salvage, there will be a way to detect that using your scanners, using the insurance systems and so forth, and be able to tell if it is a ship that is fair to salvage. So legally unowned. Nobody has legal ownership over it anymore because it's been claimed or whatever. Thank you, Ethan. The idea, firstly, will be, do you want to salvage it, or is it something that you can fix up and use and claim for yourself, however that process will work? No, I'm not Welsh, fish sticks. I'm just British. Or English. Born in Northampton. So nothing special, I'm afraid. Scottish heritage, but not Welsh. I don't sound Scottish, though, but a lot of people think I do, which is strange. So yeah, ideally it'll be, I could keep this, I could sell it, I could, fix it up and get using it. But if it is salvage, then you'll want to probably get on board more than anything. Because there may be loot to gather, cargo, items that players have left on board. There might be something worth investigating. It might be a missing ship that needs to be reported. You might want to get the black box. You might want to get to engineering, see if you can get the power back on. Life support, gravity. Extract any data from the data banks if there's any information in there. That could lead to potential earnings or what happened. You will want to extract fuel before you go structurally salvaging it, especially. Liquids would be beneficial as well. Coolant and so forth, I think, will be one. And then maybe checking the components and items and subcomponents if you need to take those out. And then, or not subcomponents, but like relay nodes. Amongst anything else, anything of any value or use, you would want to take out before you start munching away. You should be able to just scrape the hull straight away. If you just want to scrape the hull, you could do that. Make your money that way. But if you wanted to crunch it, and again, at the moment, we only have this sort of fracturing and disintegration, which is more of a placeholder for the time being. They do want to try to get to the point of being able to munch and cut, and I suspect they will eventually get there, maybe after Maelstrom has been rolled out and is working properly. And then, yeah, the idea is crunching it down, breaking it down, taking the various materials. And we're not just going to see RMC and CMC. There will be multiple different types of materials that will need to be extracted or processed. It's currently just not the starting point, because it's quite a well-rounded out profession, but there is more to it to come. Oh, you're from Northampton. Rectory Farm. The dodgy end. I was born in Northampton, lived in Daventry till I was about 8. My dad lived in Northampton, near Beckett's Park. Bedford Mansions he used to live at. I remember being in the elevator and operating the elevator for all the people that would come in. But Beckett's Park was nice. I used to help out with a beer festival down there. And again, I was under 8. My first experience with a sack barra was, there was nothing on it. Nothing on the sack barra, but at this sort of area, this island where they would do a beer festival, there was this ramp that would go down into the water, And for some reason, I was just backing myself down this ramp with this sack barrier, and then I stood on moss or whatever it was that I couldn't see and slipped and went straight into the water, and my dad was furious because I was just drenched. And he marched me back to his flat, and I had to get undressed and then come back out again and help with the beer festival. We also used to go to the markets, the local market. I think there was a cattle market there, but, fruit and veg. And my dad was tight, and he would buy various fruits and veg, but we would go after the market and we would look for pieces of fruit and veg that is lying around from when they've, packed away. I remember having my first radish was one from the floor. I mean, he taught me a lot, but blooming heck. Thanks, Dad. But no, I didn't mind Northampton. Apparently on the hospital it says, for family planning, use rear entry. Which, as a kid, didn't make any sense. So, thankfully. Ferk, how you doing? Quasi, welcome. 07, guys. Philip, 07, how you doing? A Crusader-style mech. Thing is, we could see any ship manufacturer suddenly take a delve into the mech style of things, right? Approach. We will probably see manufacturers that we haven't heard of do that as well. So there's a lot of potential there. My accent, I don't know where I get my accent from, to be fair. Like I said, I lived down south in Daventry, the Midlands, till I was 8, then moved up to Yorkshire. So, thankfully, I haven't adopted the Yorkshire accent. No offense, Solomon. But yeah, I don't know. It's a strange how my accent has just remained as it is. You live in Rugby, Banana Skin. Welcome. My brother was born in Rugby. He's 2 years older than me. When he was born, here you go. Some. Nobody cares, but I'm going to tell it anyway. When my dad and mum used to live on a canal boat before I was born, and my brother was born in a canal, well, not in a canal boat, but while they were living on the canal boat, and it's called the Boatman because wherever the canal was in Rugby, that's where they would live. And yeah, but when I was born, they had moved. So I never got to live on a canal boat. Although my dad did live on canal boats in Leeds for a while. No, Wakefield. Or maybe Leeds. That was a dodgy spot. Sort of place that you'll sit around like a bin of fire with all these people drinking, and then someone will come round and drop stuff on the floor and say, I got my first set of chef's knives from my dad because they dropped off the back of a lorry. Scottish whiskey. I had a bit of Jura when I was camping once, and that's nice. I think, is that a Speyside whiskey? It might not be. I wanted to get into whiskey, and I couldn't because I'm too pathetic, and it would burn, and I wish I could. Apparently Speyside sort of whiskies are a bit smoother, but yeah, I never drank enough of it, and now I don't drink, so I missed out on all that. If we convince CIG that they could make good money selling the Combat Atlas, it would become a thing. I honestly think it will. I think it'll become a thing. Thank you, Banana Skin. I want it. I think it is the perfect thing to be given out by Wicullo if they can make it work, where it's this really rough, rudimentary mech that just allows you to have these two weapons and go to town, and then, not as smooth or streamlined as something as the Virgil Titan suit. But at the same time, the Virgil Titan suit is intended to allow you to move through corridors of ships and in tight spaces. This mech will not have that option. Oh, that's nice. Origin mech. Luxury exoskeletons, yeah. J. Dorian, welcome. Does your pledge for Star Citizen include a copy of Squadron? Yes, yeah. Yeah, my pledge, I think it was like $25 or $30, and it was an Aurora LX with the self-land hangar, Squadron 42, and obviously Star Citizen's alpha, beta access as well. And then, of course, they separated things. Cal, how you doing, my friend? Nice to see you. The Irby from Battletech. I don't know what that is. I've not seen that before. Yeah, they will obviously bring back the pledge for Squadron when the game is, I guess, on the rollout. Yo, BMB, how you doing? Why, thankfully? What was that? Oh, as in Yorkshire, are you... No, I'm just... Whenever... it's so funny, because... I mean, it depends on where in Yorkshire. Like, the Hull accent, ooh, Wessie accent's not my kind of thing, but when I hear Summer speaking with a bit of a Yorkshire accent, it's so cute. But I'm like, no. Rachel's like, it's on the fern. I'm like, what are you on about fern? What's a fern? And she can't use Google or Siri. Every time she's trying to talk to Siri or Google, it's just, it doesn't understand it. West Coast. Is that Speyside? West Coast stuff? Very peaty. Talisker is great. Tastes like earth in the best way. Yeah, I get what you mean there. Yo, shenanigans. No, I've never heard that before. Maybe it's not actually at... maybe someone just said that as a joke and it's not actually there. East Riding of York... What is it? It used to be Humberside, wasn't it? I think it would be cool if ships with physical inventory could bring extra ammo to... That's where they're going, Fenrir. They have said that they want to get... You know, that's what they want to do, where you have to physically reload your ammunition in some way, which could, I suppose, lead the way to having ships that have an automated reload mechanism. But again, they still need to balance the amount of ballistics you have versus the damage it does compared to that of a energy weapon. And then, like, we have energy and we have ballistic, we have distortion. There's also going to be plasma. There's going to be... Oh, there was another one as well. There's other damage types as well that all need to be balanced accordingly and have trade-offs. I take a whiskey drink. I take a whiskey drink. I take a whiskey drink. I like that song. It's better than the other one. Mr. Hay, how you doing? As a token Scottish person, I can say, drink whiskey however you enjoy. Yes, absolutely. Oh, is it northeast is Speyside? So Aberdeenshire. Where was my clan from again? I can't remember now. Oh, I can't remember. Never mind. You're Dutch and you've learned to speak Yorkish. What's Yorkish? Is that Yorkshire? You have a Macallan collection I've been building up for about 5 years. I know a lot about people who... a lot of people who don't like Macallan, but you enjoy it. Yeah, exactly. You drink what you want to drink, don't you? No one can tell you what to drink. Unless you're held hostage, and the only way to escape is to drink whatever they're feeding you. Then it's probably advisable. But, that's a different conversation. Neutron weapons. Oh, well, yeah, Tranquilizer. Obviously, we have non-lethal weapons as well to come. Yes, Gonji, exactly. Hydrogen, quantum fuel. And don't forget, there will be different grades of hydrogen fuel. And these will play into the whole, racing fuel that is... gives you, I don't know, more performance or whatever the equivalent is. Or the, I suppose, industrial fuels. Another trade-off with the fuel types could be they wear down your components quicker versus more performance versus more efficiency. Hey up, lad, how's the doing? Your wife gave you a bottle of Dalwhinnie. I have had Dalwhinnie before. Yeah, that rings a bell. For your 15th birthday a year back. Dalwhinnie 15 for your birthday. Is that a 15-year-old then? The Dalwhinnie. Tamnavillain. I've not heard of that one. Macallan 18 years. Starts to get a bit pricey when you go higher, right? Yo, Ramcat. How you doing? 07. But after the third time they crashed the release, it vanished. Oh, it was in Squadron, yeah. Urban Mech was a cargo loader in the BT universe that someone strapped guns on, right? I mean, it makes sense that someone like Wakulla would... Like, if you look at the ships that he's offering, they're not stock ships. They have their own things, right? I'm on Fern. Yeah, Spartacus, welcome. I'm on Fern. Phone. It's phone. For crying out loud. When I first moved to Brid. Brid. It was in junior school. Everyone wanted me to say the number 8. Because everyone says 8. And they were like, say 8 again. Say 8 again. 8. I'm like, flipping heck. What's going on in this place? These are just fictional fantasy places. These, yeah. They're not based. I mean, they're probably inspired by real world places, but they're not like actual real world places. You know, the game is set. This is a whole different system in the Odin system, so it's not like a real place, right? But they certainly take inspiration from things. Harvey, Greg, how you doing, guys? What do you enjoy doing in the game in its current state? Welcome, Spunky. So mostly what I like to do, and I tried to do this today, partly new with 4.1. So what I like to do is fly around and find organic loot, organic salvage, or ships from players that have been just persisting for however long because they've died there, or they've logged out, or something's happened, and looting and salvaging. But what I'm looking forward to doing with Hathor is just... There's a gladiator under there, by the way. Anyway, what I want to do is sort of scope and land away from these Hathor locations, drive in on a ground vehicle so that I'm not seen, and then sit on the outskirts and just scope and wait for an opportunity to go in and see what I can loot. Because as much as an org, we will definitely be doing the whole Hathor thing once it's cooled off a bit, so that we can unlock that javelin for the org and so forth. A lot of what I want to do with the sort of off-grid zero-to-hero stuff is acquire these minables or materials and things that can only be gotten from these places by being an opportunist and scavenging them. I love the idea. Was it Rogue One when we first met Rey in Star Wars, where she was on that hover bike scavenging from a Star Destroyer or whatever it's called? I like that kind of life where you're just living out in the sticks, driving around and scavenging what you can to just get by. I love that feel. And obviously in Star Citizen, making money is so easy, and it just feels like, what's the point right now? So I just like making things difficult and living in the verse rather than thriving. So, yeah, that's kind of what I enjoy. And then also getting all the Wakulla stuff. I feel like with Wakulla, with the Geo, we're seeing a lot more options for early stuff in the game rather than your high-end stuff. We're seeing a mixture, really. They're bringing in stuff for earlier access to stuff, and end game stuff to kind of cater for everybody as much as possible. Yo, Scott, are you getting in, mate? Nice. So it must be back up then, is it? So yeah, that's kind of what I enjoy doing right now. But I just love coming across something, whatever that might be, and then taking it and using it or selling it. And selling to other players as well. That's a lot of fun. But there's a difficulty with things not persisting. So, yeah, there is that. Snacks, how you doing? This is Squadron 42 demo, mate. It's in the Odin system. It'll be in the single-player campaign. Oddly, how you doing? Yeah, sliding corpse under the table. Oh, was that Force Awakens? That's the one. Southern Comfort. I did used to enjoy Soko with, I think, Lemonade, but yeah, that was more of a phase. I don't know if we're all the same. I assume we are, but you would have like certain phases throughout your life where I would drink this and do like I would drink Southern Comfort and Lemonade and play snooker. For some reason, that was just, I think it was where I worked, and I would go to a certain place quite often because it would be like after work or whatever, or my friend would live near it, and we would just drink that stuff and play snooker, and then it would be something else later. It's so strange. what I'm most excited for in 4.1, I love the Geo, I love Wiccolo, I like that kind of... I've been wanting a mission giver asking, like, requesting things, random things, for rewards and not just credits. Like I say, making credits is so easy, so to me, credits are just worthless. And, you know, thankfully, I have a lot of ships, I have an org with a lot of ships, so doing the end game stuff is not a challenge. I like the early stuff. And so when they brought in, like, I've been wanting for a while, like a random person just living around, like an NPC around places like Astor saying, can you go and get, like, fetch quests? And that's what Wiccolo is. It's a bit high-end, but there's a good range of, like, early stuff and high-end stuff that sends you in a direction, like mining or hunting or gathering, you know? There's so much scope there, and it gives purpose. In fact, today, I flew to Dunburrow to see what was around. There was a Buccaneer, a Drake Herald, for some reason. I don't know who's flying around in a Herald. And then an Aurora. And I checked the Herald and the Buccaneer. They both had the shields, so I thought I'll leave those. Saw this Aurora off a little way from Dunburrow, flew over to it, heard some gunfire, and then I looked at, like, light arms, small arms fire, and then I saw this person just running, like sprinting back to their ship, and I thought, oh, I've just scared him. I'm going to go off so he can continue on doing what he's doing. And he was probably hunting. I literally arrived at Dunburrow and found someone in an Aurora starter ship hunting, probably trying to do the missions. And it's nice to see a range of mission types that cater for early stuff and end game. And again, the Hathor stuff I will certainly do with the org on that scale. But what I love is that even as a solo, single, you know, I've only got one ship kind of player, you can still benefit from that. You can go to these, like, a lot of people are like, well, how am I ever going to acquire those minables? It's like, you could do it because if someone blows up, if there's a fight while they're doing it and it gets left behind, you can go and scavenge it. Now, don't get me wrong, you're not going to likely scavenge as much as you need to get, like, a Polaris or whatever. Although I think that's mostly Quantanium. But it interests me in how these missions are now sending people. And again, I'm not for missions in most cases. I like the organic gameplay. So the more missions, the more things there are for people to do, the more likelihood there is that I'll find something of interest. I don't generally do the missions. As you know, I tend to spend most of my time just floating around seeing what I can find of interest. But when there are missions, it means people doing something. Hoons, welcome. Nova Meru, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I wish they'd release other ships that fit the same role. Yeah, they will. It's eventually, and not even eventually, but continuously throughout the decades that, you know, when the game is launched and it has decades of life, we will see exponentially more ships than what we have now. We already have up to, 200? There will be so many more throughout the years, and a lot of them will fill the same role, but from a different manufacturer that have trade-offs. So if there's a ship, like, I'm not a big fan of the Prospector for mining because it looks a bit bulbous and weird, but then the Golem doesn't have an interior, so I'm like, one day there'll be a third miner that I could use, and that'll be fine. Obviously, I will like them all now, but it just takes time to get there, I guess. A whole bottle of Southern Comfort. Flipping heck. Your adult beverage of choice. Guinness, Kraken rum, and Glenlivet. I still got to try the non-alcoholic Guinness. I've heard good things about it, but yeah, I don't mind a pint of Guinness now and then. I was in a borehole for Hathor this morning. No one else there managed to mine a bit before anyone else showed up. Yeah, exactly. You don't need this idea that, you know, they've gated this stuff is not really true, because firstly, you can get in there and get it when it's quiet. Or someone who gets like this, you know, military grade component, they've gone to the trouble of getting it. That may end up being lootable in the universe because they've been blown up or whatever, you know? So there are many ways to get these things. Desanized, thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. Beers and party, please. How you doing? Oh, is it all right, Wonko? You've tried it. I'll have to try. I haven't tried it yet. I had the opportunity when I was... That first camp that I put up on my new channel, when we went for a meal, I could have had a Zero Guinness there, and I found a different beer, so I just stuck to that. Is that up your street as well, Greg? Spunky, you've been out of the game for a while. Is the org doing more org things? Yes. Well, not even necessarily, with me, but like Deacon and APOC, they're running various times. If you just look on the Discord, there may be, looking for crew. Deacon is sitting in the player services channel as well, where if anyone needs anything, EMS, repair, rescue, refueling or whatever, hit him up and he can come and help you. Obviously pay him, he needs to be paid, but they're also running various things. Like the other day, there was, 16 of you? 20 of you doing stuff? In fact, there was 20 of us last time we were playing, and there was 16 of you when I wasn't playing, which I love when I'm not playing. If I hop on Discord and just see like a big channel of you, it's so cool to see that. Boomerite, welcome, new player here, and stumbled across your stream. Thank you so much. What is your favourite fun way to earn money fast? Really want to get a new ship for my starter. I would say, I don't know what the quickest way is versus, like min-maxing, but what ship are you using? You have the Avenger Titan. You could do either bounty hunting or hauling. Hauling allows you to unlock bigger paid jobs, but you are still going to be restricted to the various box sizes that you can carry, so always pay attention to the description. And you can do it in, segments. You can do like 8 SEU and then another 8 SEU or 3 SEU or whatever's needed. What else is there, guys? So bounty hunting's probably one of the quickest ways to do things. If you've got an Avenger Titan, I think bounty hunting is the quickest because you can fight well in a Titan. It's a good ship for combat. And you can grind that rep. It might get a little challenging as time goes on, but that's probably the best one to go for. Yeah, exactly. This event is just, they've brought these locations in for Hathor and created an event around it. Now, this event will always be there because it's not necessarily, it's an open-ended thing, right? You can, if you want those minerals, those minables, or those resources, or some loot, going there and doing that process will reward you big time. And they're always going to be there. But it's up to you how you go about doing it and how you approach it. Yeah, it just might take 2 years to earn the Polaris, but you could do it. The hotfix is gone. Is it now open then? Yeah, as Deacon says, if you're a member of the org, you can borrow ships from Deacon. There'll probably be others as well that will be happy to loan ships out if you wanted to try stuff. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Boomer. Much appreciated, mate. Glassmore, welcome. I'm doing fantastic. How are you? Power of 2, welcome. Can you help? New here. Love the accent. So why do I have a... It's because they're doing server maintenance, mate. It should be finishing soon. In fact, if not now. So you might be able to get back on. But yeah, they've just done some server maintenance. Thank you for the compliment, though. I appreciate that. How long are we away from Star Citizen being finished? I would say about 3 to 5, yeah. By finished, we mean... yes. By finished, we mean release candidate, version 1.0. Star Citizen will never be finished. They will continuously build and build more and add more. Even after they get to the 100 systems, they will continue to build as long as people are playing it. How long it will take to get to the 100 systems is yet to be seen. But yeah, there's plenty more they want to do. Bridges one, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? Patches live, thank you. So it is now open again. You can get in and start playing again. How many of you are shaking because of the withdrawals? So new message of the day. Thank you, Wonko. Maintenance complete. And a new hotfix build is now available on the live channel. For more information on the hotfix, please check out the hotfix central post. Now, bear in mind, there will probably be more hotfixes if necessary, if there's still things they can hotfix. But it won't be long until a 4.1.1 patch goes into the PTU for more content, less than what 4.1 had. It's sort of a lesser content patch, but also a lot more bug fixing, optimizing, playability, stability, and that will roll out towards the end of this month, I would assume, if not slightly into next. Because remember, they're pumping out the patches this year, focusing on playability and stability and fixing the bugs. So far, they're doing a good job. Obviously, 4.1 brought a whole new round of bugs. But yeah, these other patches, these interim patches, should also help fix those things. Is Vaughn available at the moment then, NORAD? Because that's a quick way of making cash, isn't it? Yeah. Sandel, welcome. Tastes a bit sweet, does it, the non-alcoholic Guinness? Okay. I'll have to try it, but yeah, it's probably not going to be my go-to. I like Beavertown's Laser Crush. I mostly drink Acai, the zero stuff, but the Laser Crush from Beavertown is very nice. It's a bit crafty, so if you're not into craft beers and those sort of like weird flavors, you're not going to like it. Basehead 07, welcome. Adelmac, thank you. Yeah, the queue should go down, don't worry. Are priority missions still good for making money? Are there any priority missions at the moment? I don't think there are any, because they're mostly just event stuff, aren't they? Dezion Eyes, thank you, mate. Welcome, by the way, and thank you for the sub. Just Stig, how you doing? Welcome. Jacob, welcome. You got 700,000. Ooh, nice. Yeah, thank you, Ramon. Hibiki. I've never heard of that. Is that Japanese? Hibiki? Good morning, David. How you doing? Did 10 planetary cargo missions without a single bug or error. I'm impressed. Zeus Mark II Clipper is a good little cargo runner. It is. And yeah, the cargo hauling missions are pretty solid and stable now, even with those freight elevators. So it's definitely a possible pursuit. But you do have to read what size boxes you're likely going to come across and relate that to your ship of choice. Thank you, Deacon. So he says if he's hanging out in player services, so if you look on Discord, if Deacon sat in player services, where if you're in trouble or you need help for any reason in-game, contact him. I don't mean like, in the real world, if you've not paid your drug deal, he's not going to be like, let me sort you out for that. If you see him in there, he is more than happy to loan you a vulture or a reclaimer or whatever. Thank you, Deacon. If you buy a new ship in-game, do you run the chance of losing it for future? Yes. Yeah. I think most wipes can wipe the ships. I think there's a bug right now where things are getting wiped where they shouldn't. And sometimes it can be certain ships you buy in-game get wiped, certain ones don't. But the intention is less wipes without the bugs. But anything you earn in-game before 1.0... will get wiped. Only real money bought things will pave over from from what we're playing to 1.0. Everything else will eventually be wiped. So there are no priority missions. Yeah, I think that's only when there's like an event going on, isn't there? Bear Normal, how you doing? Welcome. Oh, it's the regen crisis. Is that classed as... I don't think it's classed as priority, is it? I think that's just Rayari collection for the Copian horns, which is, again, another nice sort of passive... Unfortunately, the poor Tundra Copian, any Copian, anyone sees a Copian, they're like, oh, great, I'll get their horn, even though it is only Tundra. They're quite a nice... You can get 69,000 for murdering 20 Copian, as long as they're Tundra Copian. Which, depending on your ability to shoot a dog. Don't tell John. John will have you. But yeah, it'll pretty good payout. Lobster, Azim, welcome. How you both doing? Yeah, is auto-load and unload working all right at the moment then? Thank you, Wonko. It is also possible to rent larger haulers. Yeah, you can rent all sorts of ships if that's what you're interested in, you know, for testing. If you don't want to, if you can't afford to buy it, or you want to, you could stockpile RMC and then hire a bigger hauler to move it all, or pay someone to do it for you. Yo, Crumpin, how you doing? Been listening for ages. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you saying hello and listening in. Imagine the devs have their own motherships and go into game. I mean, they do. The devs do play the game. A lot of the devs actually started out as backers. But do you mean like they all have big ships and fight? Didn't they do that with the Idris? When they did a Capture the Idris test, where a load of developers manned an Idris and then the players had to go and take it from them. Yeah, a lot of the time they, you know, well, like Xylo community guys, they jump in and reveal new ships that way. The mission didn't work prior to this patch. The horns would get eaten by the lift. Is that still happening? How would you deliver it to Rayari? Is that the one you're talking about? Or are you on about the Ricollo one there, Deke? Yeah, it's back on, Avenik. Back on, mate. Yeah, that's true. It's more of a B story, this this Regetten crisis. Fuck. Talking in Rasta today. It is more of a B story for what's going on with the regen stuff. Which, I mean, I don't know what they expected. It's adopted Vanduul tech. Hull sea hauling mission cargo auto-loading is working like a charm. Are you serious? I had no idea. I own a Hull sea and I've been dying to use it, but every time I hear about, like, APOC talks about the Hull sea, which I don't want to get him started, to be fair, but I would always just be like, right, well, I won't use that then. But if it's working now, that's good. Yeah, I've never done any auto-loading. I've done everything by hand, but then I haven't done large-scale ones. Pasty White Buttocks, how you doing, mate? Nice to see you. They need a response to the Retaliate. What do you mean, like, in terms of torpedo boats? If you get rep up to member for hauling, you can stack 3 small planetary cargoes for 99 each. Takes like 25 minutes at Microtech. Good money maker. Do you know what? When Rach would, let's say, for example, have a bath, and I'd have like an hour window just to sort of jump and play for a bit. I mean, she's not like, right, I've finished, come now. I just mean, I try and play for a bit while she's having a bath. I would string together maybe 2 or 3 hauling missions. Not at member, they were more like 60 to 70k. And it would be like touch and go, where I start out moving things nice and organised, and then I hear her getting out of the bath and I'm like, oh shit, and I'm just lobbing boxes around, trying to get them into the freight elevators. But it's a really good moneymaker, especially, as you say, linking them or stacking them together. It's a small ship with size 9 torpedoes. Hard target, hell of a payload. Yeah, I mean, it's one to be aware of. If you are in a Polaris or any ship, if you see a Retaliator, you've got to be, you know, prioritizing targets. I'm sure we will see many other torpedo boats, some of them potentially on the way. Oh, it was the 20 horn mission one. Oh, okay. Might avoid that for now then. Avatar-style Atlas battle version. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like the animations with the Atlas where you're picking up these arms. It kind of feels like you're doing it. It reminds me when I do, like, what is it called? Inverted things with weights? I can't remember what they call them now. But I'd use individual dumbbells and I'd just sort of fling them up like that. It's kind of like raising the arm. Something that can shoot a missile that goes into... Well, PDCs. A lot of the, certain ships have PDCs. The ships that a Retaliator would and should be targeting I think a good chunk of them have PDCs now, and PDCs are intended to shoot out missiles. And in order to get a missile hit on say a Polaris, you're going to need a way of overwhelming the counters and the PDCs in order to get a missile in. I think you were talking about this recently, weren't you, APOC, about techniques and how, in most cases, if you just fire even a size 9 at a Polaris, a PDC will take it out before it gets anywhere close to it. Or a mod isn't... Is it alright if... if you post a pic so that I can understand... Oh yeah, by all means, mate, go for it. You should be alright. One thing with the latest updates that slipped by me was the change to the Cutlass. I hear the Black has a turret now. What happened to the turret? You hear the Black has a turret now. What happened to the turret? Do you mean it got slaved? Did it get slaved? What do you mean? It still has a turret, doesn't it? Yeah, it's always had a turret. CIG had my Crusader Industries fan art taken down from Redbubble. Ah, yeah. No, I remember when I was coming up with some ideas for T-shirts, for like merchandise. I think I posted an image on a T-shirt of me punching a Vanduul, and a Vanduul was one of the actual official things, and Jared messaged me saying, sorry, mate, can't do it. So I was like, okay, fair enough. But yeah, they're a business. They're a company. They have the rights, and they should stick to those rights. It's not fair that we make money off the back of it for the sake of just, sticking it on something, if you know what I mean. Someone's gone to the effort of creating all that. I get that. Volta, how you doing? Imagine you can use a Polaris nuclear power plant as an EMP weapon. What, just make it go critical and then get out of there? Cutlass Black has a bath... You what? Welcome, Hawk. So the Cutlass Black has a bathroom now where the man turret used to be. Now the turret is operated... Really? It's a toilet. I mean, that's better. You can still use the turret, but it's a slave turret rather than a man turret. And it's a remote turret. Oh, that's mint. I mean, it makes sense, because it was kind of a ship that really needed one. And let me have a look at this. I did not expect them to put a toilet in the Cutlass. Oh, I see, yeah, but I guess that mech is a lot bigger. I do wonder if we will see big mechs. I don't think so. I don't think it's the direction they want to go in. But when you see something like the Atlas, you kind of think they could scale it somewhat. I'm not bothered either way. I kind of don't know if it would suit it or not, but I think it would be fun. You used to take the bikes, hit self-destruct, and then jump off before... drive it towards someone. That's a good idea. Yeah, no more buckets in the Cutlass. Holy moly. As if. Yeah, the other Cutlasses have a toilet. Does the Cutlass Blue? I don't think the Cutlass Blue does it? But I guess it kind of makes sense that it wouldn't, because it's a bounty hunting ship. I know that kind of doesn't make sense sometimes. Proper light tanks. Oh, sorry, yeah, absolutely. I don't know when it'll be. Maybe Hathor is kind of a starting point of this. Where, well, actually, it's more likely going to be land claims and base building when we see this come along, but proper ground warfare, or proper just warfare for locations, combined arms on a huge scale. When there is, land to not even claim, but lawless locations where you might find a body of land or an area of land that is full of a resource that is worth a lot. You can't legally own it, but you can protect it and defend it. And there will probably be large-scale, long-duration ground wars going on. Well, not even just ground, but, actual wars going on where the people who get there first are trying to build defenses and stop people coming in and destroying it, air shields and so forth, stopping bombers from doing any damage. And then you've got people on the ground trying to get in and overwhelm the force to take down the air shields, and that stuff will happen already with the limited... I mean, back in the day when what was his name on who's gone to YouTube, Facebook streaming, used to do those ground war battles with 50 players, and then Detox does it a lot as well. It is possible already to do combined arms, but a lot of it is more just set up artificially for that content. But Hathor gives, I suppose, the first purpose to seeing a full combined arms assault, where right now there's a lot of reason to be there, and you can go in on a tank, you can take all various vehicles and try and destroy things. But yeah, when we have proper land to fight over, we're going to see these huge scale battles going on. And, players will be able to go and fly their Makos and record it and like this and update people on, things that are going on. Monkey No Climb, thank you for the follow. How you doing? Welcome. No toilet in the Cutlass Blue. What are you going to do? The days where I think the game is a scam and the days I'm like, F it, let me get every ship. This is the future, nothing better. I think that's due to what I see the potential is, and then I just expect that to work. Yeah. And that's the hardest part of being a backer of Star Citizen, is we get these snippets of the most incredible gameplay ever. And then the game the next day kicks back and is like, nope. And that gets frustrating because you've had a taste of this epicness and the game isn't ready for that yet. Valentin, how you doing? We had a 3-hour maintenance window where the whole game was taken down for 3 hours. I think it's only just gone back up, but I'm finishing at 6, so I can't be bothered jumping in now. Sure thing, Les. I'll catch you next time. And you, Solomon, enjoy your fish and chips, my friend. A lot of people are having problems claiming ships since the hotfix. Oh, boy. Yeah, Star Citizen's a scam. I want to get scammed more often. That's it, Rexzilla. Doing all those epic ground battles. That stuff was plausible then, is even more plausible now. When we get things to fight over that are worth it, there will be, fobs and battles, and you can stand on a mountainside and watch it unfold, sneak in and salvage or loot or stay out of the way. Yeah, every Star Citizen's every PC's revving around the world. It would be nice if CIG does a cycle where they focus solely on stability. Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's what this year is focused on. The content we get is sort of easy access stuff that they can bring out. We're not getting big features this year. We're getting, like 4.1 brought the Hathor stuff. That stuff was already practically built with Theaters of War, so they just thought, let's bring this in and we can do something with this. Like the mission team, bless them, they do a really good job of having very limited resources of, assets and things, and available requests. They have very little ability to sort of go and request things because everyone's so focused on other things, that they have what they have, and they create this content based on what is available to them. And they must have seen all this stuff from Theaters of War files, can't we just get that? Just quickly vamp it up, make it work in the game that we have, and create content from it. That's what they're doing this year. They're trying to make this narrative content, giving us something to do. Not big features, but content for us to do things while focusing on playability, stability, bug fixing, and, these wild cards or joker cards where if there's an issue that needs fixing that's been around for a while, or it's a priority, and the person who would work on that is working on a new feature, that will trump the new feature, and they will have to come back and fix this issue before they go back to doing that feature again. That's exactly what they're specifying for this year. And, already we are seeing that. Don't get me wrong, 4.1, like any bigger patch release, has its problems. but they're still hotfixing, and you know, like with any patch, it breaks things and then it gets fixed again. Yo, Danger Hobo, how you doing? It's even hot to fix, is it? I'm gonna go get another beer. I think I've only got one left. But yeah, we've only got like 40 minutes. There's no point in jumping in now. It's just to look at the draw. Asmoria, yeah, it's back up now. There we go. You're flirting with the chair. Get out of here. A lot of people are having problems. Oh dear. Yeah, hopefully it goes alright for your power. I think a lot of people are having issues. Yeah. Fix 10 things, break 10 different things. It's going to be the same for a while, I think. Bare normal, it'll be... Well, I'll be going out camping on the 12th, I think. Yeah, Saturday the 12th I'll be going out camping. Back on Sunday. Doesn't mean I'll be able to just put the video out because, you know, it's more of a hobby than anything, but I will probably get on with working on it after work and so forth, so hopefully not too long after I get back. But I also want to work on taking the cooking segments of each camp and just making them into their own individual smaller videos, which if you've seen the full video you're probably not going to be too bothered unless you actively want to make that recipe. But I just figured it's going to be an easier way for people to access the recipes in a separate playlist for a smaller video rather than having to scrub through a long video just to kind of, you know, get the meal. Yeah, you need to have the right gear if you're going to go out in cold weather. What's funny is it's taken me all this last year to do the research and find the right gear for cold weather, and now the season's getting warm again. But I got thermals, you know, base layers. I got a ground pad. I got an insulated pad. I got a new sleeping bag. Just got a new pillow, all to try and make me comfortable in the cold, like in you know, 0 temperatures. And now the season's changing. But yeah, if you want to camp in cold weather, you've got to make sure you've got the right gear. Otherwise, it's just dangerous, isn't it? Looking at testing chat, it looks like people are having issues claiming ships. Yeah. Someone, it was just mentioned that, I guess, I don't know what's happened there, but hopefully they can fix that as quick as possible. Until all the old scripts have been separated from each, changing what, and there's, exactly, there's a lot of refactors coming in, a lot of it uses the old tech versus the new tech, they're trying to convert them to the new tech. There's going to be issues, but hopefully by the end of this year, at the latest, hopefully a bit earlier than the end of the year, the build, StarCitizen's persistent universe will be in a really good solid state, where even introducing new things isn't going to cause too many problems because the foundation is a lot more solid. Yeah, I'll be prepared for next year. Well, end of this year, if it gets colder in that time. If you are working on your hobby, is it a hobby or work? Well, this is work, which was a hobby. Now it's work, but it's a mixture of the two. The camping stuff doesn't pay. That just costs me money. So that's definitely a hobby. My intention is with this camping thing is to make it pay for itself. If I can make it so that camping YouTube can pay for the gear and the trips out, then I'll be happy. Because damn, it can get expensive. You got a new tent, find the pandemic happened, still haven't managed to wrangle your mates to go camping. Funnily enough, the first lockdown we had, I was camping. My brother, my two cousins, we went to, I can't remember where it was now, wherever Richard Hammond goes to see his friend at that farm in the Lake District. It was there, literally, that's the campsite. We went there thinking, we wanted to get a camp in as there was talk of this lockdown, and we thought, well, the safest place to be during, a pandemic is camping in your own tent out in the open where you're not surrounded by other people. But I think everyone had the same idea, and it was very busy at that campsite, and then that day the lockdown came in and no pubs were open. It was so surreal. Yeah, exactly. A lot of the older systems are integrated so tightly, and this is why we've had issues with elevators and so forth. They're such old systems that have been made by someone else or made by people from a while ago, and now they're clashing with what we have now, and they need to be completely refactored. So it's getting there. I do hope we'll see this refactor, some news on the transit refactor early this year. I'll say early, we're already almost halfway through, but you know what I mean, like, I'm hoping that's their priority. We know they are working on it. They've got a task force on it, doing it as we speak. They've got a group of people working on hotfixes for it. They've got a group of people working on actually refactoring it. So I don't think we're going to be waiting too long till we see the actual refactored transit system, and it better work. Camping when you spend a fortune to live like a homeless person. Yeah, exactly. But a very comfortable homeless person. Travel lodges when you go. It says travel lodge when you go camping. You've had a client crash. Do bear in mind, everyone is jumping in at the same time. So that could impact servers, clients, crashes. It will definitely be impacting locations, ASOP. If you're having trouble now, just sort of wait and jump back in a little later, because it can overload it a bit. You haven't seen anyone talking about this yet, but what are your thoughts of having a golem or two in an ironclad with a bunch of ore pods so you could just go and mine and come back and... Absolutely, it's a great idea. That's one of the beauties of the golem is its size. The trade-off being you don't have a place to log in and out of. You don't have a lot of storage. So you would want either to be going out and returning back to your home, or having a mobile base like an ironclad, and coming back with those spares so that you can just stay out there for a long duration of time and mine and mine and mine. So yeah, absolutely. Good idea. Can't claim ships, and ships can blow up when calling them. Oh no. Or go to unknown. Yeah. Give it time to settle down. It could be something new that's just cropped up that they'll have to fix, or it could just be that everyone is trying and it's causing problems, or it could be that the hotfix that they intended for those sorts of areas didn't work, And they may have to roll it back. Yeah, standing at the campsite thinking, this is it. This is the beginning of the end. It's like, I was supposed to be going to a pub tonight. What the hell? Yeah, did. Absolutely did. Radical welcome. I wonder whether the next big patch 4.2 is going to be a pretty significant one in terms of core gameplay per looking at the progress tracker. It's hard to say, yeah. It's technically, you know, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3 and whatever else in that vein are to be the bigger patches, and then you've got 4.1.1, 4.1.2 and so forth. Like, I suspect right now we have, you know, end of March, quarter 1, 4.1 released. We will have 4.1.1 maybe the end of this month, early next, 4.1.2 by end of May, or a little after, and then maybe 4.2 end of June being the quarter 2 patch. Now, there is a potential for a lot of stuff to come rolling out, especially according to the progress track. And not to say that that's, you know, a lot to go by, because you're seeing a certain team working on something and finishing their work. There are still, like, downstream teams for most of these features, like UI, audio, VFX, and so forth. But there is a lot of stuff that is coming to the end of its work, which we could see come in, but at the same time with them focusing on performance and stability and content, not features, we were more likely going to see a lot of content come in, a lot more narrative stuff, and easy, like, low-hanging fruit wins in terms of content. That's not to say we won't still see features come in this year. We certainly will, but yeah, it's... Whereas before they would try and cram as many in as possible, it's now more... They're more reserved about it, aren't they? So, it is a good question. Like, what will these patches hold? I'm not really expecting much in terms of, like, amazing features this year. I'm just happy to see so far and hoping to see a lot more of this playability. Like, when we jump in, things work where we're playing as a group of, like, 20 people. It blows my mind how well the game is working for what we're doing. We still have little issues here and there, but nothing as it used to be. And it feels so good when that stuff works. But there's still a lot of areas that can definitely be fixed, of course. I think most of these are requiring the refactors, like social refactors and transit refactors. There's only so much they can do to hotfix that stuff, which seems to be every single time there's a new patch, they need to keep doing it. But yeah, getting anything in is a win, especially if it's fixing things more than anything. Mining are broken again. In what way? Is that my sunbum crying? Speaking of Guinness, a friend loves making black and tan with Guinness and hard cider. Have to say, way better than I expected. There's a couple of drinks that I used to hate, but occasionally order. One was Snakebite, which is cider and lager. And then there was another one where you would have half cider, half lager. Not like that. It would obviously mix. And then you would drop a shot of something in it. Man, I'm so glad I don't drink anymore, because the amount of crap that must have done to my body over the years. I remember drinking a pint. We did pub golf once, and I drank a pint of Guinness in front of my, at the time, boss, and then called in sick the next day. I was like 17, 18. Lo and behold, I was fired, or I didn't get put on the rotor again after that. Depth charge. It wasn't called depth charger, but I like that name for it. You understand some things aren't for everyone, but think for yourself sometimes. What's this bolting? Oh, sorry. It's not like... It not only that, like, how easily they are swayed to change their opinion. What are we talking about? Sorry, are you talking to someone else there? I think I'm joining in on half a conversation. Yeah, okay, nice one. Thanks for getting the list out there. So, engineering, charge and drain, radiation, FPS scanning. Yeah, I actually think... So, charge and drain, I think is something we could see come along relatively soonish. They're obviously having a lot of problems with these maintenance jobs. You know, the ones where we need to go and swap out a fuse or fix a pipe. Since 4.0, they tried to put those in, and they've broken, and they've taken them out again. And they did it again with 4.1. They actually brought in those missions, supposedly converted for server meshing, but they've been taken out since. I feel like they will want to get those working properly first, and then look to roll out the charge and drain tech for the various missions that they can provide, and of course it'll probably tie in with engineering. Radiation, definitely something we could see come in. Again, likely tied to engineering, or they'll need it for engineering, where if you've got a malfunctioning quantum drive, it might kick out radiation, amongst other location things where, the mission team will use that for, in order to get to this location, specifically to get this resource or whatever, you need a radiation suit. So that's something that can probably roll out quite easily. The whole scanning, FPS, ship scanners, radars, signatures, that is a huge change that has been in the works for a long time and feels like it's almost at the point of coming out. Like someone said that this new armor suit for 4.1 technically has FPS scanning attached to it in a sort of rudimentary way, like it was accidentally left in the build. So they're obviously at a point now where scanning is close. Whether this means FPS, ship, and the whole signature update at the same time, I would think so, because it all kind of goes hand in hand. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they come in with 4.2, or maybe even before. Engineering is a massive change for everybody, because everybody has a vehicle of some form, and engineering impacts that, and it needs to be tuned, tested, working before it breaks everything, because you can guarantee it'll break everything. Chances are that'll go to a tech preview channel first, where it'll be in there for a good duration. I don't think engineering is going to be a 4.2 thing now, now with this new approach. I think it'll go to the tech preview for a good long time while they make sure that every ship, if every ship is impacted by it, to start with, there may be some outliers, but yeah, as many ships as possible, if not all ships and vehicles, are functioning as intended, so each component doing what it's supposed to do. Having coolant going around, you take a component out, something happens, it malfunctions, it degrades. There's so much to it. So that I don't think we're going to see until maybe later on in this year, after they've been testing it for a long, long time, because they don't want to roll that out and everyone's ship have a bug or a problem. Zenze, thank you so much for the follow, welcome. But the rest of that stuff is something that I don't think is too hard to attain, to bring in. Scanning, yes, that's a big system, but yeah, we'll see. Snakebite. Is that the one? Okay, so what am I? What's just a cider and lager mix then? What was that called? Drambuie, that's it. Yeah. What am I thinking of then? Man, it was nasty. Nasty stuff. It was in Australia. It kept running after the patch. I got surprised. You what, Scott? Oh, it was in after the maintenance took it down. Yeah, toilet nasty. Absolutely. Oh, I see. So snakebite is half and half. Oh, yeah, and you say the depth charge is the one where you put in. I wonder what we called it then. Oh, diesel. What? So snakebite is the half and half. Diesel is what we would call the one with the shot. I guess we all called it different things. It's a bit like playing pool. You go to a different city, their rules are so different. Those are all definitely really cool things that'll add depth to the game. Yeah, and again, like talking about how the mission teams, like Elliot and Luke and all these guys that put together all these different missions and strings and things, whenever they get any sort of feature, like radiation, for example, they will take that and find a way to make that into an interesting aspect of a mission. But also, don't forget, this mission system refactor and the dynamic mission system. Now, the mission system refactor is clearly having... Well, I don't know if it's the mission system refactor that's having issues, or if it's the converting them to, you know, to the meshing architecture or what, you know, systems. I think that's what's causing a bit of a headache to try and get working. So we're seeing missions roll out in bunches, and there's still a lot more to come. A few of them they've taken off, like the maintenance missions. They had to take them back off again. I'm sure we'll see them come back for like 4.1.1. Hopefully they'll work and they'll keep them there. But there are many of the missions to come. When we have the dynamic mission systems applied to all these other aspects, like we've seen with hauling, that should expand massively on the content. So you could apply it to mining, and you could have all these different missions asking you to go and gather certain minables, like kind of what we're seeing with Cullo and Rayari. So yeah, when they start rolling that out to other areas of the game, other mechanics, the expansion of content should be a lot bigger. Like right now, there's a lot of content with 4.1, and I want to play it all, but the game and the bugs are stopping me from getting in and doing it consistently. So if they can still go and make it playable, make it stable, bug fixed, while getting that content out, if that's, you know, we're only in April, they can keep doing it, and hopefully we'll get to the point where it actually is a lot solid, a lot more solid. Desperados, isn't that a type of like Hispanic beer or Mexican beer? Snake bite and black with blackcurrant, yeah. So many, ridiculous drinks. I used to work in bars, so, you know, all those memories of all these different drinks people wanted. Flipping heck. And they always try and catch you out. Someone creates a drink and they're like, oh, I want one of these. And you're like, oh, I've never heard of that. And then they're so proud of themselves. Yo, Taras, welcome. I want to get into the game after 2 years not really playing. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, it's improved from what it was, but there's still issues, especially now after this hotfix. I would say try it now by all means, but after this hotfix has just gone out, they've just done a maintenance hotfix, and it looks like it's caused a few issues in a few areas. So maybe don't take your initial jump in just now as a this is what it's like, because it's actually playing really well at this time, but it's this looks like it may have caused a few issues. Yeah, Desperado, the beer with tequila in, that's right, isn't it? I never drank those sorts of beer. They were always a bit weird. It's a bit like Corona as well. I don't really like Corona. Not the virus. I don't mind the virus. Did they require you to play pool while drunk? No, but I definitely got better at pool after about 2 pints. There's that sort of, I think your worry of being good slowly goes as you get more inebriated. But, you know, being in the pub trade, I had a pool team, so I had to traipse around the various villages and town pubs just to compete. I wasn't that good. I mean, I was all right. I'm probably better than your average pool player, but I'm not good. I remember one time I was at a snooker centre playing in the league, and the person who I was playing had fouled, and so the ref had put the ball against the back cushion where I was supposed to take it and put it along the line where I wanted to shoot from. And I was chatting away, having a few drinks, and then I just sort of 2 shots, free shot against the cushion, just took it from there. And everyone was like, what are you doing? I'm like, what do you mean? He said, you're supposed to move the ball. It's like, I was just like, no idea what was going on. So I wasn't that great. Making up numbers mostly. And then every so often, after I got out of the pub trade, I have to pretend to be someone for a different team who a man down. The best thing about the pool league is the food. There would always be some food put on, and you could scram. Vanna, how you doing? For both Tier 0 construction and medical. Oh, sorry, your big hope this year is drones for construction and medical. I don't think so, personally. Construction, we may see it in action. Medical, probably not. But yeah, construction, we may see how it works, but not necessarily using it ourselves. I don't think, yeah, I can't see that happening. It would be cool either way, though. Snakebite got banned. No way. Nicole, how you doing? Welcome. I can see why it got banned. I can understand that completely. It was nasty. I don't like any beer that you have to put a piece of fruit in it. Yeah. Well, it's like, didn't they say the piece of lemon was to keep flies away or something? I don't know. Hang on. I think Rachel and Summer have been collared by the neighbour. Nice guy, really nice guy, but retired. So if he catches you, that's 40 minutes down the drain. Anyone do repair handyman and pyro? The shadow pack. Yes, that's what I was talking about, Ferk. So they brought them back as they were part of the missions that were updated for meshing, these handyman missions. But they've taken them away since. Because they're not working again. So whatever's wrong with them, they had to bring them back. Go for it, Ethan. Yeah, performance anxiety. Yeah, a few beers, it helps. Same in that regard as well, but if you get too many, there is no performance. Innocent Gun and Captain Morgan. Innocent Gun, is that whiskey? Captain Morgan's rum, isn't it? That's true. The Apollo is scheduled for this year. And, you know, of course, base building, bringing drones to the forefront is certainly a good thing, but I feel like there's still a lot of work to be done there. I could be wrong. I hope I am wrong, in all honesty. And I, you know, obviously I'm not the oracle for all this stuff. I know there would be AI in your ships you can hire, but would it not be cool if we could build a base and have AI civvies just doing... Do you mean like actual NPCs? Like on Fallout game? That would be cool. I wouldn't be surprised, you know, post, obviously 1.0 we're talking here, because AI crew aren't going to be 1.0. I certainly expect they will allow us to hire NPCs for our bases, but I don't know to what capacity they'll be able to do, because they don't want us to craft something and then set an NPC about doing, like, they don't want us to, you know, have a fleet of prospectors that we've bought and an NPC is going out and mining for you. That's not what's going to happen. So I don't know how that would be incorporated into bases, but security, I think would be kind of a good idea. And maybe doing some form of, I don't know, harvesting. I think it's something that, as much as it might not happen, probably could. I have all the right answers. Bossjan, I don't know how to pronounce that. I do apologise, but welcome. Where Starlancer guns buffed? I don't know. Did we see any increases to Starlancer gun balance? Anybody? Torpedoes in the game are super expensive. Do I have to buy another every time? Or salvage them, Ethan. One thing that I have started doing because of the increase in ordnance price, I now focus heavily on scavenging missiles and torpedoes, either for the org or to sell, because they have some massive value now. So yeah, using any ordnance, be that a torpedo or a missile, you've got to really think, is it worth it? Don't just spam them. What's that, Spiky Fly? Oh, Innocent Gun is a British beer with a Scottish... Oh, right, I see. Oh, is that nice, though? Not my kind of thing. I used to, before I stopped drinking alcohol, I used to love cask ales, craft beers. Like, my dad got me into cask. Maybe when I was about 12, I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him. But, yeah, I used to like proper beer. You know, he's a member of CAMRA, which is like a campaign for real beer or real ale and stuff. And yeah, then I moved on to craft as well. Not moved on to. I still used to enjoy Timothy Taylor's Landlords from Keithley. That's a beautiful beer. Not that I drink it anymore, man, but you know. They won't release the Apollo without its drones. Well, I don't know. They haven't finished. They haven't stopped releasing unfinished ships. I still think they will. If the Apollo is ready, I think there is still a chance that they will release it without drones. Hopefully not. Hopefully it'll be functional and work and so forth and have it. But yeah, I don't think so personally. I've been thinking about maybe buying my own kit and trying to brew someday. I don't drink, not even a drop, not never. But I really enjoy making stuff, and it seems like a fun crafting hobby. My friend and I, when we were 17 or 18, we did that. We weren't purists by any means, and we brewed about 25 pints. And when you have your keg, you get like a canister of CO2 that you're supposed to spray a little bit in, just a tiny little bit, like just to kind of liven it up, get that, you know, that pressure in there, so that when you pour it, it comes out with a bit of pressure and for various reasons, I think. But he was kind of like overly, and I was to the point where I was just like, dude, stop, what are you doing? And then it came to try the beer for the first time. We had a pint glass, we put it underneath, turned it on, and the amount of pressure just fired this glass out of his hand. Smashed everywhere. We're there trying to turn it off. And then eventually, because we didn't know what to do with it, because it only had a very small shelf life, we ended up, this is stupid, but we ended up going to the local supermarket and buying two 2-litre bottles. I think he got a 2-litre bottle of cheap Coke, I got a 2-litre bottle of cheap lemonade. Because we'd lost a lot of the beer because of that. And just drank as much of this lemonade and Coke as we could, then poured the rest away, rinsed out the 2-litre bottles, and filled them up with this beer that we'd brewed to then freeze. It's just the stupidest thing. We were young. But weirdly, it tasted like a poor man's Stella, which wasn't that bad. So, yeah, it's an interesting thing. If I was to do it now, I would certainly do it properly and go to town with it. It does seem like a really interesting craft thing. But if you're not going to drink it... I know, I used to help my dad make slow gin. He used to have me pricking all the gins with a, what do you call it? A toothpick. Thanks, Dad. I prefer Sam Smith's to John Smith's. Their beers are a bit nicer. If my ship gets destroyed, do the torpedoes disappear? No, I think if your ship gets destroyed, do you claim you get your ordnance back now, don't you? I believe. Is that correct? It's really nice after hard week of work on Friday. It's really good. Yeah, I bet. I remember, like, when I used to work in a shoe shop, and it would be like peak summer at a holiday town. I would get back after just being rammed to death by all these customers and just, I would literally strip off to my underwear because I was so warm, grab a beer, and just that little tingliness in the legs was so nice. But yeah, I still, even though it's non-alcoholic, it still feels nice. Doesn't hit quite as well, but you know what I mean. Sterilize your equipment thoroughly unless you want it to taste like ass for home brewing. Good advice there, Wonko. Thank you, mate. I definitely didn't do that. I didn't mind a pint of Stella. Stella was all right. 5-minute warning. Well, until we finish. Thank you. You would strip off to your own underwear in the bar. No, not in the bar. Not in the bar. That would be weird. Could you imagine? Yeah, Stella's actually not a bad pint. When I was 17 and we would play football after school, after sixth form, we went down to the local pub and it was the quickest Stella I'd ever drunk. 12 pack yesterday. They rebranded it. I remember I was actually working in the pub trade when they rebranded it from Stella, which was known as awfully wife beater. They rebranded it to Artois. And I remember the rep coming around and just, sitting and having a coffee with him while he was handing out all this information and these chalice glasses and all this point of sale stuff, saying that they're trying to get away from this whole horrible... It's like, yeah, it's about time. Piss Poor Pete Wednesdays. Excellent. Old Smoky Moonshine. No, I haven't had that before. I haven't tried smooth moonshine. Reclaiming, yes, it gets filled with... Yeah, so if you reclaim it, it'll get refilled. Stella! Anyway, it is now time for me to finish. It is 6 o'clock. Again, no stream for the end of the week. We've got real life stuff going on, so it'll just be videos. Hopefully one tomorrow, and then one for the weekend. The next stream will be Monday. Apologies for all the mishmash and not getting back to people on Discord and so forth. It is just... I am knackered, and there's so much stuff going on right now that I can't even keep up with that at the moment. But yeah, Monday next week, stream should be back to normal. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Hopefully, whatever's going on with 4.1 after this maintenance window can get fixed, because obviously it's not good right now if people aren't even able to get their ships and there's problems there. Yeah, the monthly report. That's the one, Wonko. Thank you, mate. Monthly report is tonight, which I am dying to check out. Can't wait for that one. It does, Sirin. Yeah. Thank you. And yourself, mate. That's my camping channel. Thank you, Sandman. As I say, in a fortnight, there is a new camp happening that I am going to eventually make into a video. Remember, TOBII is 15% off until tomorrow, and then it goes back to full price. But again, there'll be another sale at some point. GameGlass is, you can get 10% off that now, and there is the lifetime pass. So if you're paying monthly or annually, get yourself a lifetime pass. And there are new shards coming out. We've got the Aegis one so far, which is free for anybody. You can get a free account and get access to that. Or you can obviously upgrade and eventually get access to the other manufacturers when they roll out. They're not there yet. But any purchase made of TOBII, any purchase made from GameGlass, any purchase made from MonsterTech does directly support the channel. So using those links is much appreciated. And again, thank you to everyone who has used it already. It is very much thankful on my side of things. Go ahead, take a shard. Yeah, hopefully we're in a good state by the end of the week so that we can get back to playing while they work on 4.1.1. I don't think we'll be waiting too long until that patch goes into the PTU with more fixes. But I've tried recording a Zero to Hero off-grid today. It is still not ready, unfortunately. I'll keep trying. I'm going to keep trying at it because I really want to start it off again with 4.1. But there's just too many little nitpick problems that are just making it hard. But hopefully I'll try again after this hotfix. And yeah, see how we get on. Anyway, what do we got? Let me scroll that back a little bit. Let me pass you on to Piss Poor Pete, who is live right now. So /raid Piss Poor Pete. There we go. Have a great weekend. Have a great rest of your week and weekend. And I'll see you all on Monday. Most likely get the monthly report out by the end of the week. That might be my my weekend video. I'll get on with that tomorrow, in fact. Maybe. We'll see. Hulk dog. Okay. Who doesn't want to see a Hulk dog? I'll say for everyone, have a great evening, and I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.